Alrighty, sorry about that, folks. Trying to do some last minute setting changes here. Happy Sunday, everyone. Hope you're having a good weekend. Also, let me know if the volume for the game is too loud. I know I had some issues with that last time. I turned it down in advance, hoping that I don't blast anyone's eardrums out. But do let me know if it's still too loud or if I went too far and now it's too quiet. And okay. Hey, Spirit. How's it going? Alright, so after review of my plethora of notes, what we found out last time is that the Potters and the victims of the murders went to a trip to India because they had some potential business venture plan going on, and Mr. Potter never made it back. He got killed while in India. His wife is saying that he died of the flu. Person at the morgue is saying it was a gunshot wound. There's also this Count Gravison character who seems to have like an affair going with Mrs. Potter, but nobody wants to be too upfront about it. And then on top of that, there's also supposedly a manticore in the picture that Count Gravison got, I think while he was in India, brought it back, is being trained by the circus owner, and he's saying it never got out, but a witness is saying they saw Count Gravison and the manticore in the woods, and one of the victims was found in the woods. So what a twisted web they weave. All right, so let's see how much further we can get this time. Oh, I forgot my clicker. 1 second. Aha. Clicker. Let me just reset it. One moment. So I'm still going to be keeping track of my word count, since technically that is the challenge. However, sometimes I'm going to have to break down and use full sentences because this AI, it's far from perfect, and sometimes it just doesn't like understand what I'm saying when I use like fragmented sentences and stuff. So the word counts are definitely going to be larger now because I need to try to get them to understand me better. Okay, but we'll still keep track. So the AI is probably not going to remember any of the conversations that happened, but that's okay because I've got my notes. Let's go back to Count Gravison. Turn that off for a second. And I want to see if I can get him to open up a little bit more about that night in the woods. Hey, Sif, how's it going? I don't understand sometimes. You use some fancy words. I don't use fancy words. Hey, Tony, how's it going? Gang's all here, huh? Well, except OFG, we're missing our fearless leader. All right, let's see how far I get with this sneaky bastard here. Let me think. Shoot, what night was that the witness said he was there? 23rd, April 23rd. Okay. You ever let Manticore out?
Yeah, the Manticore. A fascinating creature, isn't it? Well, I must say, my dear detective, the Manticore is quite content in its current abode. It's being trained by Monsieur Suxabar for his circus act. But tell me, have you ever encountered such a magnificent creature before?
Okay, yeah, no problem, Spirit. I don't know what that. 1 second, guys. It's too quiet? All right, hold on, guys. Let me turn up the audio. One moment. I think I went a little too far on turning it down. Let me sneak this up a scooch. Okay, let's try this. Bu- 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 No.
Oh, how unfortunate. You've never had the pleasure of witnessing the grandeur and mystique of a manticore. It truly is a sight to behold. Its fierce lion-like body, the wings of a bat, and a venomous tail. Quite a formidable combination, wouldn't you agree? But I digress. My apologies. Is there something
You're
else you'd
definitely
like to
digressing.
discuss, Detective Martini?
Yeah, like, have you ever these AI guys. Manticore seen on April 23rd.
April 23rd, you say? How intriguing. Pray, do tell me more about this alleged sighting of a majestic creature. Where was it seen, and by whom? I must admit, I find the idea of a wandering manticore quite captivating. It would certainly add a touch of excitement to our quaint little town of Vaudeville. Please, indulge me
You're
with the
not making
details,
yourself
my dear
any less
detective.
suspicious. Seen in woods by witness. Okay, that one seems to not have gone through. Let me type it out.
In the woods, you say. Fascinating. I've always found the forest to be a mysterious and enchanting place.
For
And to think that someone
murder?
spotted a manticore there, it's positively thrilling. Tell me, Detective Martini, did this witness provide any specific details about the encounter? I'm curious to know more
Inquisitive
about
one,
their
aren't you?
experience with such a rare and mythical beast.
Thank you, Treasure. Appreciate the reminder. Saw you with it. Is this thing on? Saw you with it. That's weird.
Yeah, me with a manticore. That is quite a peculiar claim, my dear detective. I must admit, I have a fondness for
Having some
collecting
mic
oddities
troubles
and
here with the game.
curiosities, but a manticore is not among my possessions anymore. However, I am intrigued to hear more about the sighting. Pray, tell me, what did this witness specifically claim to have seen?
Golly, did you say you came in here yesterday? What were people doing in here yesterday? What did the witness specifically claim to have seen? If I like, she'll know I was here. Saw you with Manticore. What is going on with the mic connection with the game today? Sorry, that probably was unpleasant to listen to. Saw you with Manticore. Okay.
Alright then, my curious companion. If you are not willing to share further details about this alleged encounter, I shall respect your decision. But do remember, if you ever feel inclined to shed light on this mysterious event or wish to discuss any other intriguing topic.
No. No, I'm not done with you. Oh, I think when I Oop.
Unplugged. Pray, do tell me,
No,
Detective Martini,
shut
what
up.
are you referring to? Are you speaking of unplugging a device or disconnecting from something?
Oh my goodness.
I must admit, I am rather intrigued by your statement.
You were seen in the woods with the Manticore. Sure, now it's not working.
Oh, I see. So there are rumors
Man, really
circulating
fickle
about me
today.
being seen in the woods with the manticore. How delightfully mysterious. I cannot deny that such a sighting would indeed be quite extraordinary. But I assure you, my dear detective, I have not had the pleasure of encountering the manticore
How?
myself.
It's in your
Now,
house.
I am curious to know who may have spread such an intriguing tale. Was it perhaps a local gossip or someone with a
It's
vivid imagination?
in your manor. How
It is
have you not
fascinating how
met
stories
it?
can take on a life of their own, don't you think?
Hey, Hey, Blue Star, how's it going? Just in case you couldn't make it. Well, thank you, Jolly. I appreciate your dedication. Oh my goodness. How have you not met it if it's in your house? I'm sorry, guys. The game seems to be having some issues today with the mic. Testing. Hello. Alright, I guess we're going to be doing a lot of typing today. How have you not seen it when it's in your house?
My apologies for any confusion, Detective Martini. You seem to have misunderstood. The manticore is no longer in my possession. I have sold it to Monsieur Suxabah, who is training the creature for his circus act.
You said before you hadn't sold it.
In the cellar of my manor during its training, I have not personally encountered it. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding or a miscommunication regarding the whereabouts of the majestic
This guy is slippery.
Is there anything else you would like to discuss, my inquisitive friend?
Oh my goodness. Wait, Blue? Hold on a second. Spirit, is Blue your wife, or am I getting usernames mixed up? As I've encountered a lot of usernames recently, and I'm starting to get them confused. Yeah, sorry, Treasure. The way that the game works, or is supposed to work, is that I should be able to speak into my microphone, and the AI, the game, should hear me and respond, but I'm having trouble with that. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now this jerk here is saying that he's had it in his cellar, but he hasn't even met it. I don't believe you. In fact, I'm gonna say that. Okay, that's what I thought, Blue Star, but I wanted to confirm before just, you know, before just making that assumption. My amazing hot wife. That's very nice, Spirit. I don't believe you.
Well, my dear detective, it seems
Hey,
you
it
have no
worked.
doubts about my words. How intriguing. I do wonder what has led you to question my sincerity. I
A
assure
bunch
you,
of
I have no
things.
reason to deceive you.
Like a
However,
bunch
if you
of
remain
things.
unconvinced, I suppose there is little more I can do to change your mind. But I do hope that our conversation has been an enjoyable one, despite
No.
this discrepancy.
No, it hasn't.
Now, is there something else I can assist you with, or shall we bid each other farewell for now?
You know Dada?
Dada, why, yes, I am familiar with her. She's a rather mysterious figure who resides in the forest, isn't she? I must admit, I find her quite captivating.
Oh, her too,
Tell me,
huh?
Detective Martini.
You got
what
eyes
brings
on
up the
Mrs.
topic of
Potter, you got
Dada?
eyes on Dada.
Have you had an encounter with her? Do share your thoughts and experiences, for I am ever so curious to know more.
She saw you in the woods, April 23rd.
Interesting. So, according to dear old Dada, I was seen in the woods on April 23rd.
Yes.
How intriguing. I have no recollection of such an event, but I do trust her keen eyes and sharp intuition.
Happy belated
Seems my adventures may have
anniversary.
taken an unexpected turn that day. My dear detective, I am genuinely fascinated by this revelation. Please, do enlighten me with any further details you may have. I'm eager to uncover the truth
Why
behind
should
this
I tell
peculiar
you the
sighting.
details of you being there? You tell me the details. That's how this works. Brandon and I have been together for 4 years, a bit over 4 years now. So, time starts moving fast after the first year. Well, sometimes even before that, depending on how long you were together before getting married. Oh, I'm trying to think of what to do with this jerk here. He's a slippery one. Actually, most of them are, to be honest. And I don't know if it's all on purpose or if the AI is making them more so than that way than they actually should be. Yes, and many more, for sure. Nobody seems to break under pressure either. They just keep lying. Let me see if I got anything helpful in my notes here. Because he was saying he doesn't know any of these people, but all of those people were involved in that business venture with Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Why would he not know them at all? That just seems unlikely. And he said he hadn't seen Saxabar in several months, and yet Saxabar has been training this supposed manticore. Oh, and he said he went to India. Let me try to reconfirm that. You go to India with the Potters?
Oh, India, you say. That's quite an exotic and captivating destination. Pray, do tell me more about this journey to India with the Potters.
I'm asking
I must
you.
confess, I have a great curiosity for different cultures and the wonders of the world. What specifically led us to venture to India? Was it a business endeavor or perhaps a quest for new and unique artifacts to add to my collection? I'm positively intrigued by the possibilities.
Business venture.
A grand adventure indeed. A joint expedition to evaluate the prospects of a flourishing enterprise in a land as vibrant as India. How thrilling.
Just threatened to
I can
murder
only
the
imagine
AI
the sights,
people. Let
the
them come
sounds,
talk.
and the aromatic scents that awaited us there. Tell me, my dear detective, what specific type of enterprise were we considering? Were we exploring the realms of textiles, spices, or something entirely unexpected? I'm eager to hear
This
more
guy's
about
got a
our
lot of
potential Indian
questions.
endeavors
I'm
and the
supposed to be
experiences we
asking
had
the
along way.
questions. Ow. Sorry, I just hit my hand. Oh, happy early birthday, I'm assuming, because you didn't say they passed. So happy early birthday to you both. My dad's birthday is in October, and then mine's November, and my sister's November, and Brandon's November, and my stepmom's November. Almost everyone I know is November. It's a very popular month. All right, I'm starting to wonder. There's definitely a pattern of the AI doing a couple things. One thing is that they actually use a technique that is recommended in like business communication, which is funny, but I don't think they're doing it on purpose. And that is reiterating what you have said to them. So they're paraphrasing it back to you. That's one pattern. The other is that when you tell them they did something or ask them about them doing something, they then pose the question back to you. And I'm thinking that this is, a behavior of AI specifically that's looking for me to fill in some gaps for them, essentially. So I wonder if I start just basically accusing him, if I'll get somewhere because of that AI behavior. So let me see. What was the one in the woods? Maria. You were with the Manticore on April 23rd.
My curious companion, you persist with this claim of me being with the Manticore on April 23rd. It seems you're quite convinced of this occurrence.
Yep, I am.
Pray tell, what evidence do you have to support such a statement? I do find it rather remarkable that I would be in the presence of such a majestic creature on that particular day. Please, share with me the details that have led you to this conclusion. I am all ears, Detective Martini.
Witness.
The witness, you say. How intriguing. I must admit, I am eager to hear more about this mysterious individual
I
who
already
claims to have
told you.
seen me with the Manticore on that fateful day. Who is this enigmatic eyewitness, and what did they recount?
These are very forgetful AI as
I find it
well.
fascinating how stories can intertwine and take on a life of their own. Perhaps there is more to this tale than meets the eye. I implore you, my dear detective, enlighten me with the particulars of this intriguing testimony.
If you shut up, I will. Dada.
Well, it seems our paths cross again, my dear Detective Martini. You bring up the name of our ethereal forest dweller, the elusive and captivating figure known as Dada. Pray, tell me, what connection does she have to this alleged sighting of me with
I
the majestic creature?
just told you she's the
Did
witness.
she bear witness to this extraordinary event herself?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
find it quite peculiar that she would be in the vicinity of such an encounter.
Not really.
Yet, I am endlessly intrigued by her presence in this conversation.
She is the witness.
Oh, I see. So Dada is the very same person who claims to have witnessed me with the manticore on that fateful
Yes.
day. How fascinating.
Yes, Gravison.
I must say,
Keep up,
Dada's
man.
ability to observe and recall events is truly remarkable. I find myself captivated by her enigmatic nature and her unique perspective on the world. Tell me, my inquisitive friend, what did Dada have to say about this supposed encounter? I am eager to hear her account and unravel the mysteries that surround it.
Actually, what was that witness account? Nope, next page. Strange growling noises. Figure fleeing legend. Saw you enter woods with manticore.
Enter the woods with the manticore, you say. Now that is quite an extraordinary tale, Detective Martini. Fascinating, indeed. Pray, do share more details about this sighting. Did dear old Dada witness me venturing into the woods accompanied by the majestic creature?
They need
I
a
can
lot
only
of
imagine the intrigue
confirmation.
and wonder that such an event would inspire. Please, enlighten me further with the specifics of this captivating experience.
Yes.
My, how intriguing. So, according to the accounts of our beloved observer, I did venture into the woods with the magnificent manticore. How utterly
Mm-hmm.
fascinating. I must confess, I find myself filled with curiosity about this encounter. The thought of exploring the depths of the forest alongside such a mythical beast is simply enthralling. Tell me, my inquisitive companion, did our Vaudeville expedition yield any remarkable discoveries or unexpected
Oh, yes, it
encounters?
did.
I am positively eager to delve deeper into this mysterious escapade.
Maria Jansen was killed by manticore. Jansen, not Johnson.
Oh, Maria
There we go.
Jansen, you say. Such a tragic fate you met. But I'm afraid I have no knowledge of the specific details surrounding
You
the demise
liar!
or the locations of these
Damn it.
unfortunate incidents. You see, my dear detective, my interests lay primarily within the walls of my manor and the treasures I collect from around the world. The affairs of the outside world often elude me.
Hopefully better than this
However,
guy's.
I am genuinely intrigued by these recent events. Pray, do enlighten me further on the matter. What can you tell me about the circumstances surrounding Maria Jansen's untimely demise?
She was attacked by manticore.
I must apologize for any confusion, but I believe there may be a misunderstanding here. As far as I know, the manticore in question was sold to Monsieur Suxabar for training purposes and is currently residing in the cellar of my manor. I cannot fathom how it could have been involved in any attacks on individuals such as poor Maria Jansen. Perhaps there is another explanation for her unfortunate encounter. Might there be any additional information or evidence that sheds light on this perplexing situation? I am most eager to unravel the truth behind these chilling tales.
You were seen fleeing where Maria's body was.
Fleeing, you say? How peculiar. I assure you, my dear detective, I have no recollection of such an event. However, I am quite intrigued by this claim. Pray, do enlighten me. Who witnessed me
I
allegedly
know,
fleeing the
right?
scene, and from what were they fleeing? Was it a hasty
Really
departure
stubborn.
prompted by fear or something entirely
Yeah, the
different?
mythical
I am
manticore.
most curious to uncover the details surrounding this mysterious sighting. Where Maria's body was, you ask. My, that is indeed distressing news. I must admit, I am not privy to the specific location where her unfortunate demise took place.
No,
As I mentioned
I
earlier,
know where
my
it
focus
is.
tends to revolve around
Yeah,
the treasures within my manor rather
shut
than the
up.
affairs of the outside
Shut
world.
up. Shut up. You are responsible for Maria Jansen's death. It's really fickle. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You are responsible for Maria Jansen's death.
Oh, my dear detective, what an astonishing accusation you make.
There we go.
I am taken aback by your claim that I am responsible for the untimely death of Maria Jansen. Pray, enlighten me on the basis of this accusation. What evidence or information has led you to such a conclusion?
I just wanted to see if it would make him
quite
break.
perplexing, as I have no knowledge of the circumstances surrounding her passing. Please, do share the details that have led you to point a finger in my direction. I am genuinely curious to understand the reasoning behind your accusation.
Shut up. Let me answer. You guys go on and on and on. Okay. Dada saw you fleeing the scene of the crime. Dada saw you fleeing the scene of the crime. Really? Nothing? I gotta work on this game more. I'm gonna type it in.
Well, my good detective Martini, this tale takes an unexpected twist. So, our elusive forest dweller, the enigmatic and captivating figure known as Dada.
Yeah, you keep calling her that.
Witnessed me fleeing the scene of the crime. How intriguing. I must say, this revelation piques my curiosity. Tell me, my astute companion, what exactly did she see? Was it my unmistakable silhouette, or did she catch a glimpse of something more elusive? I am positively enthralled by this turn of events, and eager to unravel the mysteries that lay within.
Are you now? Yeah, I was watching some of that Phasmophobia playthrough. It looks like it's had quite a bit added to it, which is good, because I know for a while it wasn't getting any updates at all. Need to learn the game again? Yeah, I would need to learn the game again at this point too. Whenever I go back to it, mess up the controls for first few houses. Test runs. Don't worry about it. I hope my stream isn't lagging, because YouTube is telling me the status is poor, so hopefully we're not lagging here. Alright, this guy is pissing me off. Unmistakable silhouette or catch a glimpse of something more elusive. She saw you in woods with Manticore.
Yeah, the enchanting allure of the deep, mysterious woods and the majestic Manticore. It seems our conversation has come full circle.
Yeah.
Pray, tell me more about the sighting in the woods with the Manticore.
I've told you what I can.
Our dear witness, Dada, observed during this encounter? Did she witness me venturing into the depths of the woodland, accompanied by the mythical creature?
Yep, I already told you that.
The thought alone fills me with a sense of excitement and wonder. Please, indulge me with the details, my perceptive friend.
Maria has wounds from an animal and died in the woods.
My, this is indeed a distressing turn of events. Poor Maria, meeting such a tragic fate in the very heart of the enchanted woods. It pains me to hear of her wounds and untimely demise.
This guy is killing me.
I must admit, it raises many questions in my curious mind. Were these wounds
setting the camcorders?
Or could there be more to this story?
Yeah, it can be a pain.
And how did she come to meet her end in the midst of the mystical forest? Detective Martini, I implore you to share any additional information or insight you may have.
Punch you in the face, if only that was a control. Actually, they should add that. Intimidation techniques. I want that added to the game. Bumblebee Studios, please add intimidation techniques to your game. Need to start. What? I think I missed something there. Okay. Yeah, Spirit. I'd totally be up for a Phasmophobia run. I was talking to Jolly just earlier today about doing a Phasmophobia collab, actually, so maybe we could all get together and do that. Alright, this guy is gonna make me lose my mind here. I feel like I'm just going in circles over and over again, so let's regroup here. If I remember correctly, Saxabar does not like Count Gravison for some reason. They had some kind of falling out. So even though Count Gravison sold him the Manticore and he's training the Manticore that's at the manor, he's not letting Gravison go to his circus anymore. So I wonder if, even though Saxabar is a pompous ass, if maybe he would be willing to throw Gravison under the bus potentially? It's worth a shot. Here we go. But this guy is like the worst of the worst, so... Yeah, I can only have 4 people at a time, so that is something to keep in mind. Let me think. Did you see Count Gravison on April 23rd? Like a 50-50 now. Did you see Count Gravison on April 23rd?
Count Gravison. My dear detective, I'm afraid I am not acquainted with such a person. But let me tell you about the
Yes,
time
you
I
are.
tamed a lion with nothing but a feather and a wink.
No, you're definitely
Quite
familiar with
expensive.
him. You bought his Manticore. You bought his Manticore. Dang it.
Yeah, Detective Martini, my friend, I am flattered by your suggestion, but I am not one to dabble in the purchasing of mythical creatures. My talents lie in the realm of the real, the tangible. Lions. my
He's
sister,
actually being a
lion
little
of
more
my
polite
domain.
this time. Maybe they
Now, let me regale you with a
updated
tale of
his
my most daring
AI.
escape from a ferocious feline.
Although now he's doing the same freaking technique that Mrs. Potter does, where like he'll respond to you, but then be like, now let me totally distract you. Oh my goodness. Okay. So Count Gravison was lying? Man, having so many mic problems with this today. Whoops.
No, darling, everyone lies. But let's not waste our
Darling?
precious time discussing mere mortals and their deceitful ways.
Are you Mrs. Potter in
Allow me to
disguise?
entertain you in the story of my triumphant encounter with the pride of majestic beasts.
You're acting just like Mrs. Potter now. And also, you're implying that he was lying. You said you listen to the circus. How do I even try?
That's correct. I wouldn't let him in.
Why not if you don't know him? Oop.
Because I didn't want to.
Shoot.
And why, my dear detective, would I waste my precious attention on someone I don't know? Let us focus on matters of true importance, like the artistry and grandeur of a circus.
Am I talking to a brick wall here? What's going on? I might as well be speaking to myself. Are you lying about Count Gravison?
Yes.
Wow, okay. That was really fucking direct. I was not anticipating that. Okay. Wow. So you know him? I can't type.
No.
You tell me just fucking. This game is killing me. Then what were you lying about?
Nothing.
You admitted you were lying.
I lied about not knowing him.
I Oh my god. That means you lied, admitted you were lying, lied again, and then told me what you were lying about. Why?
To keep things interesting, my dear detective.
You're an asshole. Oh my god. What? You lied to cover something up. Everyone in this game is covering something up. They are all suspects. Everyone is horrible. These are the worst people ever. Oh my god. Why not let Gravison into the circus?
He's not worthy.
That's a weird way to put it. How so?
He lacks the necessary talent.
To enter to watch a circus?
No, Detective Martini. Not just to watch a circus.
Then what?
His presence would simply diminish the brilliance of my show.
It's kind of harsh, man. Do you think Gravison is connected to the murders?
I don't know.
Real helpful. Has Gravison wronged you?
No.
Okay, so why does he have such a beef with him then? Why do you dislike him?
Because he's insufferable.
I can't actually argue that. He's got a point. I mean, he's insufferable too, but so is Gravison, so I can't refuse that. It's pretty valid. Do you know if the Manticore has been let out?
No, he hasn't.
Why would you want to lie about that? Do you know Dada?
Of course, who doesn't?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. VR was wonky. Go flying out of your hand. That just makes it more interesting, right? Sorry, guys. Allergies are acting up. I would do more of Phasmophobia if it worked better. Need to figure it out. Hitman is on VR? That sounds fun. I used to play the Hitman games a lot when I was younger. It was like one of the first PC games that I got into. I played the second one quite a bit, and the third. Plan on more VR games. 3 months of game to edit? Oh, dude. That sucks. I've been there, but that really sucks. Sod editing. Yeah, Jolly's does not like the editing part. He's anti-edit. Oh man. I don't feel like I'm getting too far with this guy either. All that I really know is that he doesn't like Count Gravison. And he doesn't think the Manticore has gotten out. But he also did admit that he just straight up lied about knowing Count Gravison. So maybe I should ask him if he's lying again. Although I don't want to ask him about that because I don't think that's a lie. Let me repeat my earlier question. Has the Manticore gotten free? I'm just gonna word it differently. Ooh. Okay, even that didn't work. Hold on. Let me try again. Has the Manticore gotten free?
No, it hasn't.
Now I'm gonna try again. Are you lying?
Yes.
Wow! So what you gotta do with this guy is ask him something, and then after he responds, say, are you lying? Apparently he just really likes to lie. So it has gotten free then.
Indeed.
Wow! Okay. On April 23rd?
Yes.
Was Gravison responsible?
Absolutely not.
Are you lying?
No.
Okay, alright. He seems to like saying that he has lied when he has lied, so maybe he's telling the truth on this one. Was Gravison with the Manticore?
No.
Interesting. Anyone with it?
No.
Did it go to the woods?
No.
I'm gonna ask again. Are you lying?
Yes.
Oh my god. What the fuck is with this guy? So it went to the woods.
Of course it did.
What do you mean, of course? And it killed Maria Jansen.
Perhaps.
He didn't say no. Who let it go?
I did.
Oh, shit, really? Why?
Because I wanted to.
I'm gonna ask again. Why?
For the thrill.
Did you know it was violent?
Yes.
What is wrong with this guy? What the heck? What is... I'm just... Okay. Hey, OFG. Just in time for my mind to be blown by this jack-a-wad on the screen here. Glad that the Discord notification is working. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on chat for a second here. Takes so much time. I really appreciate the skill involved and all the techniques, but just refuse to do it. Yeah. Yeah, editing does take a lot of time. I actually really enjoy it, and I would do it more if I had more time. May I have 3, please? Milk and loads of sugar. Yeah, I want to get coffees for everyone. Can you ask if he always lies? Oh, that's a good question, Blue Star. Let me try that. Hey, Jackal, what? Thank you, OFG. Do you always lie? Whoops. Okay, didn't work. Let me try again.
Only when necessary.
Huh. That's an interesting response, isn't it? I only lie when necessary. When is it necessary? Whoops.
To maintain my mystique.
Really? So you're an asshole is what you're saying. That is essentially what you're saying here. Yes, OFG is in his prime. Don't let anyone say elsewise. Okay. Alright, so let me think here. He's claiming that Count Gravison is not responsible, but he did admit that he let the Manticore out. It went to the woods on April 23rd. So we have confirmation that the Manticore really was in the woods on April 23rd. He let it out. That does not actually mean, though, that he intended on it killing anyone. It means he's a freaking idiot and a jerkwad, but not necessarily, like, premeditated murder. Necessary when a woman asks, does this make you look fat? Wow. Hey, Jay's Horror Gaming. Thank you for stopping by. Are you playing more of that, oh shoot, what's it called? Oh my god. The one that's like FNAF. You know what I'm talking about, right? The game that's like FNAF, but it was even scarier. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. Hopefully you know what I'm talking about. Yes, Twisted Carnival. Thank you. That's the one. Are you playing more of that? Just say you look beautiful in whatever you wear. That's a good answer, Blue Star. I like that. Would you mind shifting your face cam top right so we can read the responses? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I forgot to do that this time. Here we go. Hey! Have one more video, it's only a demo? Ah. Alright, well I'll still enjoy the one more. I enjoyed the first one. Okay, I'm trying to think what else I can ask him. I already asked him why he released it. He said for the thrill, because he's freaking numbnuts over here. Maybe I should revisit the Gravison thing, because he might have been lying again. Do you think Gravison was with the Manticore? Oop, it's doing it again. Do you think Gravison was with the Manticore?
Absolutely.
Okay, so now he's saying he does think Count Gravison was with the Manticore. Do you think Gravison killed Maria Jensen?
Yes.
Wow, okay, just coming right out with it now, huh? I'm gonna ask the "are you lying" part again, though.
No.
Interesting. Interesting, okay. This is where all the legends hang out, I see. Yeah, we got a lot of good people in here today. What did you do, OFG? Check the video settings I had the other day. Yes, actually, if that's what you're having trouble with, I don't know why, but YouTube keeps switching my video feeds, at least on mobile, to 140p, and I'm like, oh my god, why is it so blurry? So I don't know why that's happening, but yeah, you gotta go to the settings and like manually turn it up. Trying to support all our friends. Yeah, I know, it gets tough, but I appreciate it. I old farted it. Yeah. You can barely even see what's going on 140p. I don't know why it keeps like resetting the default to 140. It's very annoying. Alright, so now he's saying that he thinks that Count Gravison is responsible for killing Maria Jansen. And when I say, are you lying? He says no. So let's say, why do you think Gravison killed, whoops, Maria? Okay, hold on, I gotta try it again. I'm not counting it when I have to redo it because it didn't register, just FYI. I don't think that would be fair. Why do you think Gravison killed Maria?
Jealousy, perhaps.
Jealousy? Oh. Why jealousy?
She had something he desired.
Ah. Do you know what?
No, I don't.
Are you lying?
Of course not.
Okay. Interesting. So he's saying that Gravison has... sorry. He's saying that Maria had something Gravison wanted. Interesting. Still on dial-up? Wow. I hope that's not true. Yeah, I don't miss dial-up at all. Sometimes I miss the sound of it, though. The sound was kind of fun. Annoying and fun at the same time. If he was lying, wouldn't he just lie about lying because he's a liar? Well, it seems like he actually likes to admit he's lying, from what I've gathered so far from this conversation with him. So I think that he wants to tell you he's lying when he has lied. Just an observation. It could be total BS, but that's what I'm gathering so far. I'm thinking he actually like gets a kick from lying, and then like likes being caught in the lie. He's a weirdo. Also, this is the closest we've gotten to something, so I need to latch onto it with dear life. 6.8 megabits per second. Dear Lord, what is going on? Is that normal for you? OFG, you trying to be a poet over there or something? Of your alliteration? I want to like find more things to ask him about because he's actually cooperating with me for once. He usually doesn't. Think. Maybe he knows something about the other murders too, like their connection. Do you think Gravison killed Haley Greenwood as well? Okay, hold on. I just had to record it. Let me try again. Do you think Gravison killed Haley Greenwood as well? Being really tricky with me today.
Yes.
Oh. Are you lying?
No.
Why do you think he killed Haley?
Revenge, perhaps.
Revenge for what?
Marie Jackson, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood.
What did they do to Gravison?
They crossed him.
Do you know how?
No.
Are you lying? I'm gonna keep asking him every time.
Yes.
See? See, he likes to admit when he's lying. It's like a weird quirk with him. So, how did they cross Gravison? Damn, I can't spell.
I don't know.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Are you lying again?
No.
Okay. Would Mrs. Potter help Gravison murder them?
No.
Whoa! Caps lock. Are you lying?
No.
Are Gravison and Mrs. Potter having an affair?
None of my business.
I mean, you're not wrong, but, did you know Mr. Potter? Whoa, 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 whoa.
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Ever see Death Note? Maybe he is lying about lying because he knows that you know that he knows that. Wait, what? He's lying about lying because he knows that you know that he knows that he is lying. Alright, you just imploded my brain there, Jay. I'm gonna need like 5 more coffees to be able to unravel that, okay? I stayed up way too late last night. My brain cannot handle it. It just went into overload. You're gonna start seeing smoke come out soon. But yeah, maybe he is lying about lying because I know that he knows that he is lying. Do you know Mrs. Potter? Hold on, it didn't work. Do you know Mrs. Potter?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
So he knows Gravison, but he's claiming he doesn't know the Potters. Do you know anything about Gravison's trip to India?
No.
I'm racking up a lot of words just by saying, "Are you lying?" a million times, but it seems like it's necessary.
No.
Ask him if he is lying about lying. Okay, let me try it. Are you lying about lying?
No.
Jay went meta on lying. Getting meltdown. Sorry, I love detective stuff. My brain overthinks so bad. No, that's alright, man. I am totally open to the chat throwing all kinds of ideas at me for what to ask and stuff. You also like murdering stuff? Well, that got dark. Hey, fun, crazy life. Welcome to the chaotic stream. Do you know the Muffin Man? You know what? Let me do this one as a freebie, okay? Let me not count this. I want to ask him, do you know the Muffin Man? And just see what he says. Oops. Freebie, okay? Do you know the Muffin Man? He might just say no.
I have no knowledge of any Muffin Man.
Ah. shucks. What's a mutual fund? All right, I'm imposing a rule right now. If you want me to ask stuff to the AI that is unrelated to the investigation, I will do it. But it's not going on my word counter, okay? But I will do it. What's a mutual fund?
No idea.
He doesn't know. Maybe Gravison knows. Oh my god. Did you know? Whoops, Maria Jansen.
No.
I'm gonna ask you again, dude. Are you lying?
No.
Did you know Haley Greenwood?
Yes.
I guess I should still ask him if he's lying. Are you lying?
No.
Okay, so he's... I know Haley... He knows Haley doesn't know Maria. Did you know Nicola Grossman?
Yes.
I should make this a freebie line with how often I have to say it. Seriously. No, AJ, I was literally about to type, do you know the Muffin Man? Is he afraid of clowns? Alright, that's a freebie, but I will ask him. Are you afraid of clowns?
No.
Okay. I am. Are you a subscriber of the Amazing Joke? Have you hit the... If I ask him something like that, do you think like the AI is gonna start to have a meltdown? Hold on. Hold on. Have you hit the like button?
No.
He's nonplussed. My goodness. Do you know the lotto numbers?
No.
This guy, he's just like, I don't throw anything at me. I'm not gonna react. Ask him if he knows. Okay. Whoops. Do you know that you are a video game character?
Nonsense.
Nonsense, he says. Nonsense. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
He's very confident in him not being AI. All right, hold on. We can ask more crazy questions, but let me get a real one in. When did you last see Haley Greenwood?
I don't recall.
When did you last see... Are you lying?
Of course not.
Well, I don't know. You lie a lot, man. When did you last see Nicola Grossman?
Long ago.
How long?
Not your concern.
Well, he's dead, so it is concerning.
So it seems.
Are you sure you don't remember?
No.
Okay, so you're not sure. Please tell me when you last saw Nicola. Let's see if we can get him to cooperate if we say please. Oh my god, dude. Why?
Because I said so.
What if I say it is?
It's not.
This guy's got some... Got some real cojones on him. Are you lying? Ask him what? Are you lying?
Yes.
Wow, okay. So it is my business then.
No.
Oh my god. Wow. Sing me a song and I'll prove your innocence? What is the word count thing you're doing? Oh, so Jay, the word count thing is, it started as a challenge. I mean, technically it still is, but it's kind of gotten a lot looser than it was before. I wanted to see if, like, every session I could try to use less words to, like, get to the bottom of the investigation. However, this AI struggles with fragmented sentences. So I'm still, like, counting my words so I can continue to post the word count to every stream, but I have to start using, like, more thorough sentences because the AI just gets super confused when I fragment them, which is what I was doing before. So I kind of had to give up on a low word count, but I'm still going to keep counting. Can you bribe him? It's a good question. What? Would you be willing to testify against Gravison? Hold on, it didn't work. Let me try again. Would you be willing to testify against Gravison? Gravison, I can spell.
No.
What if I remove your name from the investigation?
No.
What would you want in return for testifying against Gravison?
Nothing.
So you don't want Gravison going to jail?
No.
Are you lying?
Yes.
I had a feeling that time. I have seen AI games where they break character crazy to watch, gave itself a name, and worship the sun. Wow. That's pretty extreme. I haven't seen any of these AI break character yet. However, there is a setting in this game where you can turn it on and have the game basically like narrate for the characters, and it's supposed to like mess with them. So let me know in the chat if you would like me to turn that on and see how the characters react. I'm happy to do it if people want to see it that way, or I will just continue as is if people don't want to see that. You decide. I leave it to you, my humble viewers. Or even blackmail him. Let's see. If you don't rat out Gravison, I will accuse you of murder. Okay, it didn't work. Gotta try again. If you don't rat out Gravison, I will accuse you of murder.
Go ahead and try.
Man, not much gets this guy to back down, huh? Phew. Alright, why? Okay, he said he was lying about not... Don't you want Gravison in jail?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Now he's sticking to it. But try it if you want it. Well, let's see what everyone else says. Guys, if you want me to turn on the setting where the game starts narrating the AI characters, just put like a yes or an okay, thumbs up, whatever in the chat and let me know. Otherwise, I will continue as is. Man, I feel like I might be reaching the end of this guy's usefulness. I mean, don't get me wrong, he revealed some important stuff. Actually, I should be writing that stuff down, speaking of. Gravison seems responsible for all 3 murders, according to Saxabar. Maria had something Gravison wanted. Gravison wanted revenge on Haley. Let's see if we can get something out of him on Nicola. Gotta work in 4 minutes, so I won't vote. Okay, no problem, Jolly. Why would Gravison kill Nicola? He hasn't said anything about that. Okay, I don't think it worked. Being very temperamental today.
No, I suppose he just couldn't resist the temptation.
What temptation?
The thrill of taking a life, perhaps.
Are you saying Gravison is a psychopath?
Absolutely.
Wow. Just come out and say it. Why?
Because he is.
Are you lying?
Yes.
God damn it, Saxabar. So, Gravison isn't a psychopath.
No, he's not a psychopath.
You little shit. But he killed Nicola?
Yes, he did.
Gonna keep asking. Are you lying?
No, I'm not lying.
Why would he kill Nicola?
Out of jealousy, perhaps.
Jealousy over what?
His talent, of course.
Talent for what?
My own, naturally.
Huh? I think the AI misunderstood me that time. That doesn't actually make sense. Gravison was jealous of Nicola. I'm gonna try to get him back on track.
Yes.
Why?
He envied Nicola's skill and popularity.
Gravison envied Nicola's skill and popularity. So according to this guy, whoops, sorry, hit that. Gravison is responsible for all 3 deaths. Because of jealousy and because of wanting something Maria Jansen had. But if Count Gravison is behind all the murders... Thanks, Jolly. Appreciate you coming by and saying hello to everyone and just being supportive. I appreciate you. Unless he is saying the talent is lying. The talent is lying. Oh, like the people in his circus, or... I mean, if he's talking about the talent lying, he could be talking about people at the circus, he could be talking about people at the nightclub. Could be talking about a couple different things. Do you think Gravison is a liar? Oh, hold on, that didn't work. Do you think Gravison is a liar?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why did Gravison... I keep spelling it wrong. Sell you the Manticore?
For the thrill, I suppose.
How would you describe the Manticore?
Magnificent beast.
Is it aggressive?
No, most definitely.
But you led it into the woods.
Yes, I did.
Didn't you think it might kill someone?
I am not comfortable answering your question.
Why?
Because I wanted to.
What if the Manticore killed Maria?
It didn't.
Do you think Gravison framed the Manticore?
Of course.
Why?
Jealousy, perhaps.
Of you or the Manticore?
Me, obviously.
Okay, obviously. Is there anyone you should know about that isn't in the investigation yet? It's a good question, Tony. Yes, actually, I think there is. When I was doing my accusations last time I played, somebody came up that I didn't recognize. I think it might have been the grocery store owner or something. So I gotta see if I can find him. What is what, Jay? What did I miss there? Why is Gravison jealous of you? Let me try again. Why is Gravison jealous of you? Oh, yeah. The Mantic... Whoops, that didn't frickin' send. The Manticore is a mythical beast in this story. I'm simply too marvelous for him to handle? What kind of response is that? Is Gravison trying to kill you?
No.
Are you lying?
Yes.
So Gravison is trying to kill you.
Obviously.
Help me throw him in jail, then.
No.
Your life is at risk with Gravison free.
Not my problem.
No, actually, it is exactly your problem. It's your life at risk. I guess this guy doesn't value his life very much, huh? Oh, Manticore? Was he jealous because he was in love with someone... was in love with him or someone he loves? Were you in love with Maria, Haley, or Nicola?
No.
Are you lying?
Yes.
Oh. Who were you in love with?
Nobody.
It's being difficult here. Did you love Maria Jansen?
No.
Are you lying?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to see if he's completely off his rocker here. Did you love Haley Greenwood?
Absolutely.
Whoa! I will ask again, are you lying?
No.
So he's saying he loved both of them. Did you love Nicola Grossman?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Okay, so he loved the two women, not the guy. Was the mythical beast a circus act? It's always over love, money, or power? Yeah, definitely seems to be the case. Has the Manticore been in your circus? Whoops.
Of course.
When was it last in your circus?
Last week.
Okay. So Gravison killed two women you love.
Indeed.
Do you want revenge?
Oh, most certainly.
Why don't you help me bring Gravison to justice?
No interest.
You said you want revenge. Are you going to kill him?
Yes.
Whoa! Are you lying?
No.
Okay, so now this guy is admitting that he's planning on killing Gravison. He thinks Gravison's gonna kill him. He wants to kill Gravison. Damn. Do they have lions or tigers, oh my, in the circus? Yeah, they do have lions. That he's told me before. Maybe the beast is one of the animals in the circus. It definitely possible. Is he releasing the Manticore in hopes it will kill Gravison? That's a very good question. Did you release the Manticore in hopes of killing Gravison?
Yes.
Oh! Good question there, Brandon. Sorry, I was doing the clicker. I'm just gonna follow it up with my standard question.
No.
Okay. Alright, so we know why he released the Manticore now. and why he was being difficult about it, because, well, he released it to commit a crime. Obviously, it did not work out, but it does explain why Gravison and the Manticore were in the woods on the same night. Did you know Gravison was plotting to kill Maria?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
How did you know to release the Manticore on April 23rd?
Instinct.
Instinct. Did you know where Maria was on April 23rd?
No.
Are you lying?
No.
Make sure to hit the like button, help out this amazing YouTuber. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that, man. Nowadays, no animals allowed at circus. Think horses are, though. Yeah, unfortunately, there's been a lot of abuse of animals in circuses, so they had to kind of crack down on that. If you can't treat your animals humanely, then you just shouldn't have them. Getting somewhere now. Yeah, this is way more than I've ever gotten from this guy before, because he's usually really difficult. I'm wondering if they did a little patchwork on the game between now, between the last time I played and now, which was about a week. So it's possible. I'll have to check the notes. Okay. I almost feel like I need to take this guy in because he's admitted that he's trying to kill Gravison, but I don't think that's actually how the game works. Like, you have to accuse the murderer of Maria, Nicola, and Haley, not of anyone else. So, the only thing I can think, though, is if it might be worth it to go back to the police station and reveal some of this information. Like, Saxabar is saying Gravison killed all three of them. So I think it's time to do that now. I think it's time to go back to the police station and see if that guy will be any help whatsoever, which he has not been in the past. All right, so thank you. Let's go back to the police station. Saxabar told me Gravison killed all three victims.
Well, that's quite an accusation from Monsieur Saxabar. But let's focus on the facts. Detective Martini, I have some news for you.
About flipping time.
The autopsy reports from the coroner are finally ready.
Wait, didn't I already get that?
You can find a coroner at the morgue. It might shed some light on the case.
Man, I've talked to the coroner a few times now, but maybe there's something new? Any new information from the autopsies?
Well, Detective, the autopsies have revealed some interesting findings. In the case of Nicola Grossman,
I already know
the cause of
that.
death was a stab wound to the back of the neck with a butcher's knife. The wound was deep and precise, suggesting a deliberate act. Detective, I'm glad you asked. The latest autopsy results have provided some intriguing information.
That's it? Anything else?
Yes, I must say, the examination of Haley Greenwood's body was rather distressing. She suffered multiple blows to the head, most likely inflicted by a blunt object. Possibly a stiletto shoe.
Yeah, I knew that
Fragments found on
before.
her body seem to support that theory. It's a tragic and violent end for such a young dancer.
Yeah.
It's moments like these that make me ponder the fragility of life and the darkness that can reside
Which
within
side of
people's
trauma
hearts.
to head? Which side of the head was impacted.
The impact on Haley's head was primarily focused on the right side, specifically the temporal region. The force of the blows caused significant trauma, resulting in fractures and lacerations. It's a grim reminder of the brutality that can be unleashed upon an individual. It's disheartening to witness the consequences of violence firsthand, but it's
Right
our duty
side.
to uncover the truth and seek justice for those who have been wronged.
Which Hans is the man? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Have a great night. Gotta start getting ready for work. Ugh, that is boo. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate you coming by, showing support, interacting. And I hope you get through your work shift all right. I'll be thinking of you. Hey, Sutter! How's it going? Also, am I pronouncing that correct? Or am I like totally blowing that up? Let me know, because I'm not good at pronunciation. Everything she's telling me so far is like stuff I already know. Maybe she knows something about Gravison. Do you know Count, I can spell Gravison. Oh, hold on, didn't work. Do you know Count Gravison?
Count Gravison.
Yep.
Yes, I've heard of him. He's quite a prominent figure in Vaudeville's social
Have
circles.
fun scaring people.
A man of wealth and influence, I believe. But detective, I must remind you that my knowledge is
Oh, which
limited to
hand
that
does a
of
man use
death
most,
and
left or right?
investigation. Count Gravison's name does not appear in any
One
of the
second.
cases I've handled. But if you suspect any connection, I'm here to assist in any way I can. Let us focus on unraveling the mysteries
Okay,
that lie
wrap it up,
before
woman.
us.
Alright, most people are right-handed. That's what's the most common. Left-handed people, not so common. Spot on? Yay! I did it. Okay, so she's heard of him, doesn't seem to really know. Prominent figure, man of wealth and influence. Name does not appear in any of the cases I've handled. If you suspect any connection, I'm here to assist in any way. I think Gravison is the murderer. Darn, it didn't work. I think Gravison is the murderer.
Detective, while your suspicion is understandable, it is crucial to approach the case with an open mind. As a coroner, my role is to analyze the evidence and provide medical insights. While the evidence may point towards a certain direction, we cannot jump to conclusions without concrete proof. It is essential to gather all the facts and consider multiple possibilities.
That's why I said I
Remember,
think,
the
not I
human
know.
body holds secrets that may not always align with our initial assumptions. Let's continue our diligent investigation and piece together the puzzle. The truth will reveal itself in due time.
Alright, let me go back to the police station. If you can't talk to the character, check that a default system. Yeah, the microphone hasn't really been working. Did you know Gravison was in a business venture with the victims?
Gravison, you say. Who is this Gravison you're talking about? I don't recall hearing that name in relation to the victims. Are you sure about this business venture?
Count Gravison, and yes, I'm sure, because multiple people have said it.
Oh, you mean Countess Saksabar's husband. I didn't know he was involved in a business venture with the victims. Well, that's certainly
Countess
something worth
Saksabar's
looking into.
husband?
Do you have any more information about this supposed connection?
He went to India with them and the Potters.
India, you say? Well, that's interesting. I didn't realize some of Vaudeville's businessmen had taken a trip there. I wonder what they were up to. Is there
Grocery
anything
man
else
always
you
got
can
something
tell
to
me about
say.
this India trip?
Can you ask if the injuries tell you anything about the height or strength of the murderer? Yeah, let me go back to the coroner after this one. Is there anything else you can tell me about this India trip? It was in the spring. It was for a business venture, and Mr. Potter died during it.
A business venture in spring. Mr. Potter died during the trip. That's quite unfortunate. Do we have any details about the nature of this business venture or how Mr. Potter passed away?
Mr. Potter
I must admit, this was
died
all new to me.
via gunshot wound.
Gunshot wound, you say. My things are getting more serious.
Uh-huh.
So we have a businessman who went on a supposedly innocent business trip to India with the victims. And now one of them ends up dead from a gunshot wound.
Uh-huh.
This is starting to sound like more than just a coincidence.
Uh-huh.
I'll have to dig deeper into this.
Please
Is
do.
there anything else you can tell me about the circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter's death?
Mrs. Potter lied about it.
She lied about it. Well, that's certainly suspicious. Why would she lie about her husband's cause of death?
That's what I'm
Do
saying.
we have any idea why she would do such a thing? I'm
She
intrigued to know more about this.
seems to be having an affair with Count Gravison. There we go.
An affair, you say. Countess Aksabar's husband and Mrs. Potter. This is starting to sound like a web of deceit and betrayal.
Uh-huh.
Seems we have more than just a business venture gone wrong here.
Uh-huh.
I'll have to investigate these connections further.
Yes, help.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this affair? Any possible motives that could be linked to the murders?
Saxabar said Gravison was jealous. Was jealous of Haley and Nicola.
Jealousy, you say. So, according to Monsieur Saxabar, Count Gravison was jealous of Haley.
Does
and
any of
Nicola.
them own a gun?
That's quite a motive.
That's
for
not a good
murder, if
question.
true. But why would he be jealous of them? Do we have any information on what could have sparked this jealousy? It's certainly a piece of the puzzle that we need to explore.
Not much yet.
Well, it seems we still have a lot to uncover. I'll make sure to look into this further and see if I can find more clues or connections. It's important to understand the motives behind these
Saxabar also
murders, and
said
this potential jealousy could be a significant factor.
Gravison
Let's keep digging
wanted
and see
something
what we can uncover.
Maria had.
Something Maria had. Now that's intriguing. What exactly did Count Gravison want from Maria?
Not
Do we
sure.
have Suxover mentioned that Count Gravison wanted something that Maria had. That's certainly intriguing. I wonder what it could be.
Yeah, you and me
Is there any
both.
indication or speculation about what this something might be?
Not
Might
yet.
provide us with some valuable insight into the motives behind these murders. Suxover mentioned that Count Gravison
Oh, he's going in
wanted
a loop.
something that Maria
He's
had.
stuck.
That's
He's
intriguing.
stuck in a loop.
I wonder what it could
Is
be.
there a bar? The
Do we
bar
have
laid
any
out.
leads or
Yes,
hints about
actually,
what
there is a
Maria
bar.
possessed that might have been
A
of
web of
interest to you?
deceit. It was damn
Could be a
Spider-Man.
crucial piece of the puzzle. Let's keep our eyes open for any information that might shed light on this.
All right, hold on. Let me go back to the morgue and ask Blue Star's question. Injuries tell anything about that? Do Haley's... I'm gonna ask about Haley specifically. Do Haley's injuries tell you anything about the fight of the murderer?
Well, Detective Martini, I performed an autopsy on Haley Greenwood's body, and it appears that she sustained multiple blows to the head with a blunt object. The fragments found on her body
Yeah,
suggest that it could have
you
been
already
a
told me
leather.
this.
However, determining the height of the perpetrator solely based on the injuries is quite challenging.
Okay.
The force and angle of the strikes can vary greatly, making it difficult to accurately estimate the height of the assailant.
What about the strength? Strength of the blows.
Yeah, the strength of the blows. A fascinating aspect to consider.
Mm-hmm.
The severity of the trauma inflicted upon poor Haley's skull suggests
Considerable amount of
force behind
okay.
the strike. The fractures and damage observed indicate a significant impact, possibly indicating a strong and determined attacker. It is distressing to think about the level of violence that occurred.
Haley's
Such brutality leaves one pondering
wounds
the depths of human capability,
implicate
doesn't it?
strong attacker. Good question. What was the bullet size used? Let me see if she knows that. She didn't know too much about Mr. Potter, but let's see. Do you know what bullet was used on Mr. Potter?
Oh, Detective Martini, you have such an inquisitive mind. Unfortunately, I must apologize for I have no knowledge of any Mr. Potter or bullet-related case outside of
You're the
Vaudeville.
one who told me
My
he got
focus is solely
killed
on
with
the
a
cases
gunshot
within our
wound.
city. Now, where were we? Yes, the matter at hand.
You
Is there
told
anything
me
else I can
Mr.
assist you
Potter
with regarding
died
the local
by gunshot
investigations?
wound.
Yes, indeed, I recall now. Mr. Potter, the unfortunate soul who succumbed to a gunshot wound. How could I forget?
I don't
The
know.
memory can be a fickle thing at times.
You mean the
Now,
AI?
as to the specifics of the gunshot, the autopsy revealed that Mr. Potter suffered a single gunshot
Single
wound.
gunshot
wound.
wound.
The trajectory of the projectile suggests that it entered
Mr.
at an angle to the
Potter.
front and slightly to the left,
Single gunshot
piercing through the
wound
lung,
and
causing
chest.
significant internal damage.
Angle
Caliber and type
from
of the
left.
firearm used are yet to be determined, pending further analysis
Pierced
by the ballistics
lung.
expert.
Okay, so don't have information on the bullet yet. Does any of them own a gun? Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to ask. She definitely wouldn't know that. Let me see if the police guy knows that. Do you know if Count Gravison owns a gun?
Well, what's your interest in Count Gravison's gun, Detective Martini?
As in, he does
Is there
have
any
one?
reason to suspect him of being involved in the recent murders?
Yes. Does he own a gun?
Count Gravison, huh? I can't say for certain if he owns a gun or not. But I must admit, I find it rather distasteful to jump to conclusions and accuse someone
Dude,
without
I've been
concrete evidence.
getting information
We need
on
to
Count
approach this
Gravison.
investigation with caution and gather all the facts before pointing fingers.
Does Mrs. Potter own a gun?
Mrs. Potter, you say. What makes you think she might be connected to the case?
Oh, I don't know.
Detective
Maybe
Martini?
because her husband showed up
Do you
dead
have
in a
any
business
specific
venture?
reasons to believe she could be in possession of a firearm?
Mr. Potter died during the business trip in India via gunshot wound. You thickhead.
I see. So, you're suggesting that the late Mr. Potter's death during his business trip in India was due to a gunshot wound?
Yes.
That's quite a serious allegation, Detective
Ask the
Martini.
coroner.
But let me remind you that we are investigating the recent murders.
It's
in Vaudeville.
connected, you
While it's
dimwit.
important to consider all possibilities, we should
Does the
focus our
angle of the
efforts on
gunshot tell you
cases
the
at
height
hand.
of the shooter?
Let's not get
I can
sidetracked
ask.
with unrelated incidents.
It's
outside
not
of our
unrelated.
jurisdiction.
It's all connected. You are useless. You do not belong in the chief position. You are dumb and useless. Ah. Does the angle of Mr. Potter's gunshot wound determine the height of the shooter?
Well, Detective, the angle of Mr. Potter's gunshot wound can provide some insight into the trajectory of the bullet. But determining the height of the shooter solely based on that would be quite challenging. You see, there are various factors to consider, such as the distance between the shooter and Mr. Potter, the type of firearm used, and the position of Mr. Potter at the time of the shooting. However, I can assure you that as a coroner, I will thoroughly examine the wound and surrounding evidence to gather as much information as possible.
When Whoa, what happened there? When did Mr. Potter die? I don't remember getting that.
The timing of Mr. Potter's demise, a crucial piece of the puzzle.
At least you see
Based
it.
on my examination of the body and the progression of post-mortem changes, I would estimate that Mr. Potter met his unfortunate
Wait, what?
fate approximately 12 hours ago.
12 hours ago?
Of course, I will need to conduct a more thorough investigation
What?
to pinpoint the exact time of death. But fear not, dear detective, for I shall leave no stone unturned in my quest for truth and justice.
He was supposed to die in India. So he didn't die in India?
Oh, my dear Detective Martini, I'm afraid I have no knowledge of Mr. Potter's whereabouts prior to his untimely passing. As a coroner, my focus lies solely on the physical
The hell?
evidence and the condition of the deceased.
Bones could have done
However,
it.
if there are any indications or suspicions that Mr. Potter may have been in India before his
She said they
demise,
don't know what firearm.
I will certainly take
was
that
used
into
yet.
consideration during my investigations. The human body can reveal many secrets, and it is my duty to uncover them with the utmost precision and
Yeah. Where was Mr. Potter's body found?
Oh, my astute detective. Mr. Potter's lifeless form was discovered in a most unfortunate location. His body was found sprawled upon the cold, unforgiving pavement of an alleyway, concealed from the prying eyes of the world. The precise details of the surroundings and the significance of this discovery shall be revealed as I delve deeper into my examination. Fear not, for I shall unravel the mysteries that lie within this grim tableau. One piece of anatomical
So he
puzzle
wasn't
at a
found
time.
dead in India. So he did make it back from the business trip. This is getting more complicated. Lou knows how to solve murders and make them. Okay. Let me hit the bar. Is Coral the bar or is it this one? I think it's Coral. You're the only one here. Do you know Count Gravison well?
Oh, Count Gravison. He's such a fascinating character, isn't he? I've seen him around Vaudeville a few times, but I wouldn't say I know him well. He's quite enigmatic, always surrounded by an air of mystery. Have you had any encounters with him, Detective Martini?
Yes.
Oh, how exciting. I can't wait to hear all about it, Detective Martini. You must tell me everything. What was he like? Did you have an interesting conversation? Was he as charming as they say? I bet you were the center of attention with someone as mysterious and captivating as Count Gravison. Do share. I'm all ears.
He seems to be lying about the victims.
Lying about the victims. That's certainly concerning. But, I'm not really sure what you mean, Detective. As a dancer, I don't really have access to that kind of information, you know? My focus has been on my dancing and supporting my friends. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Or maybe there's something I'm missing. Can you please enlighten me a bit more, so I can try to understand?
I can't tell if she's nervous or if the AI is getting confused. Hey, Annabelle. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good weekend. Gravison went to India with all 3 victims.
India, really? Wow. I had no idea. How fascinating. I've never been outside of Vaudeville, so I can't even imagine what it's like there. But to think that Count Gravison went to India with all 3 of the victims. It sounds like quite the adventure, doesn't it?
Quite the deadly
I wonder
adventure.
what they were doing there. Exploring, sightseeing, or perhaps something more mysterious.
They were on a
It's like the plot in one of
business
those thriller
trip.
novels, don't you think? I
No.
just hope we can uncover the truth behind all of this. A business trip, you say? That's intriguing. I can only imagine what kind of business would take them all the way to India. It must have been something important and exciting. Detective Martini, you're like a detective from one of those detective stories I love so much.
Wow, that's a sentence.
Unraveling mysteries,
Detective
piecing together
Martini,
clues.
you're like a
It's also
detective
exhilarating.
from one of those
I'm here
detective
to support
stories.
you in any way I can. If there's anything I can do to help shed light on
Has
this
she ever
business
danced
trip,
with him?
please let
I'll
me know.
ask.
Together, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Have you ever danced with Gravison?
Dancing with Count Gravison. Well, I can't really say that I've had the pleasure, detective. You see, as a newcomer
course,
to
Annabelle.
vaudeville, my focus has been on honing my ballet skills and making connections within the dance community. But I can't deny that the idea of dancing with someone as enigmatic as Count Gravison is quite thrilling.
Why does everyone
The way he
find this
carries
guy
himself, his
fascinating?
mysterious aura. It's like dancing with a character from a romantic ballet.
If you
But
say
alas,
so.
our paths haven't crossed on the dance floor just yet.
Do you know Mrs. Potter? If I could spell it.
Mrs. Potter. Yes, I do know her. She's such a lovely woman.
Is she?
We've bumped into each other a few times at social events here in Vaudeville. She's always so poised and elegant, like a true lady. I must admit, I'm a bit jealous of her grace and sophistication. But beyond that, I don't know much about her personal life or connection to the case. I hope she's doing all right, though. It must be so difficult for her, losing her husband and all.
Hold on a second. So you know about his death. What do you know about Mr. Potter's death?
Mr. Potter's death. It's truly a tragedy, isn't it? From what I've heard,
We're watching
he
a
was
murder
vegetarian
mystery
and
now.
had a
and
different meal than the others on that fateful night.
It's a
While the rest
freaking
enjoyed
wreck.
An amazing mutton stew. He opted for a mushroom soup.
Wait,
So
what?
sad to think that such a small choice could have had such devastating consequences. It's moments like these that make us appreciate the
Wait,
fragility
what?
of life, don't you think?
Hold!
But let's not dwell
And
on the sadness.
Ingrid!
Detective Martini.
Stop! What did you say? He was a vegetarian and had a different meal than the others on that fateful night. While the rest enjoyed an amazing mutton stew, he opted for a mushroom soup. I think Mrs. Potter killed Mr. Potter. I know he had a gunshot wound, but Mrs. Potter has not been able to stop talking about frickin' mushrooms. It's like one of her favorite pastimes. And there are plenty of poisonous mushrooms around. And she definitely has motivation to get rid of Mr. Potter because she's having some kind of like affair thing with Count Gravison. He's the only one that had mushroom soup. And I guess he's the only one that died on that particular night. So the gunshot wound was probably just a red herring. Still cooking? Starving. Yeah. Gotta get your nutrients in. Not from mushroom soup apparently though, but doesn't make sense with head trauma. No. She's saying Mr. Potter had the mushroom soup. The one that had the head trauma is Haley Greenwood. What? If I can type, what night did Mr. Potter die? Hold on, gotta type it again. What night did Mr. Potter die?
Detective Martini, you have an incredible memory.
I do.
Mr. Potter's unfortunate passing. Let me think. I believe it was the same night as Haley Greenwood's murder. Yes, that's right. It was a dark and summer evening for all of Vaudeville. The loss of two lives in one night.
Mr.
It's
Potter
so
and
tragic.
Haley
But
died
we must stay
same
strong and hopeful
night.
for the sake of those who are still with us. We'll find the answers we seek. I'm sure of it.
That would be April 23rd, and the coroner is saying that was 12 hours ago. Oh my goodness. So Mr. Potter died April. Wait, Haley was 23rd or 22nd? Hold on. 23rd. No. 23rd. Dang it. So, Mr. Potter died April 23rd.
April 23rd. That's the date when Mr. Potter passed
I'm
away.
asking you.
Wow, you really have a sharp eye for details.
Dagnabbit,
Detective
woman.
Martini. It's amazing how you keep track of all these important dates and facts. You're like a walking encyclopedia of information. But
Thank you.
let's not forget,
Happy
it's
Sunday
not
to
only
you
about the
too,
dates,
Annabelle.
It's about finding the truth and bringing justice to the victims.
She is
We're a
chatty.
team, and together, we'll uncover the mysteries of these tragedies. I'm here to support you every step of the way.
I was asking you, not the other way around. Would Mrs. Potter have motivation to kill Mr. Potter?
Oh, Miss S. Potter having a motivation to kill Mr. Potter. Well, that's quite a thought, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
I must say, it's not something I would have ever considered. From what I've seen of Miss S. Potter, she seems like such a gentle and refined woman. It's hard to imagine her having any ill intentions towards her own husband. But then again, you never know what secrets lie beneath the surface, do you? It's like a dance, where the steps can lead you in unexpected directions.
Oh my goodness, I can't type. Did you see Mrs. Potter on April 23rd?
On April 23rd. Let me think. Yes, actually, I did see Mrs. Potter on that day. We happened to cross paths at a local cafe in Vaudeville. We exchanged pleasantries and had a brief chat about the weather and upcoming events. She seemed a bit preoccupied, understandably so, given the recent loss of her dear husband.
What was she doing at
But
the
I didn't
cafe
sense
the day of
anything
his
out the
death?
ordinary. Just a kind-hearted lady trying to navigate through a difficult time. Why do you ask? Detective Martini? Is there something specific you're looking into?
Haley Greenwood died on April 23rd.
Oh, you're right. It was on the same day.
Yeah,
How could I forget?
I don't know.
It's just that. Well, the truth is, I don't really know the exact locations of the murders. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful in that regard. My focus has mainly
Thank you,
been on
Spirit.
my dancing and supporting my friends here in
What is
Vaudeville.
she wearing?
But I trust that you and Chief Waitsky are doing everything you can to solve this case and bring justice to those who have lost their lives. We'll
That
get to the bottom of
that's
this.
a
I just know it.
good question. No shoes. Some really weird looking capris that almost look like those like Victorian pantyhose. And then like a nightclub shirt. Why was she chatting in town hours after her husband died? Yeah, I know, right? Why was Mrs. Potter in town hours after her husband died?
You're absolutely right. That does sound quite peculiar, doesn't it? Miss S. Potter being in town mere hours after her husband's tragic passing. It's definitely something worth looking into. Perhaps she had some urgent matters to attend to, or maybe she needed the support of her community during such a difficult time. Grief can be a complex thing, and people cope with it in different ways. I hope we can find the answers we're searching for and provide some closure to everyone involved.
Granny pants.
We're like detectives
Yeah,
on a
that's
grand
very
stage,
weird.
unraveling the mystery.
Looks like she has a partially loaded map and then stuck her pants like she's part of a Gilligan's Island. You right there? Sorry, two of my dogs were just barking at each other. Brandon, can you give Callie her GABA? Please and thank you. Sorry guys, I'm just thinking. Wonder if she knows much about the beef between Saxbar and Graveson. Do you know Monsieur can't spell Saxabar? Oh, dagnabbit. Do you know Monsieur Saxabar?
Oh, Monsieur Saxabar. He's an absolute delight, Detective Martini. Such a vibrant and talented musician. I've had the pleasure of seeing him perform a few times at Choral, the bar downtown. His saxophone skills are simply mesmerizing. It's like he can capture the essence of the music and transport you to another world with each
So he's a
note.
circus owner and a
The power of art and
saxophone
music.
player.
It truly brings us all together, don't you think? If you ever get the chance, I highly recommend experiencing Monsieur Saxabar's performance.
Yeah, what if this game would let me? You don't chat about the weather and upcoming events casually right after the loss of a loved one? Yeah. Agreed. Go back to the other man? Which man are you talking about, Tony? Are you talking about, Gravison, Saxabar, or the police chief? You don't talk about weather after someone passed away? Whoops. My bad. Not the circus man. So, Gravison? Are you talking about Count Gravison, Tony? Well, I guess I've just been doing it wrong. The posh man? That's Count Gravison. I have to hit the road. Please post the result in Discord. I have to know. See you all soon. Alright, thanks, sir. Appreciate you coming by. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. See how far we get today. Okay, let me go back to Gravison. Alright, do you have anything specifically you want me to ask, Tony? Hold on, let me look at my notes here. Head was like want to revenge on Haley as a strong attack with the fire single night. Does he have a gun? Okay. Whoops. Do you own a gun?
Oh, my dear detective, what an intriguing question. Guns, you say? Well, I must admit, I have quite the collection of antique firearms from various corners
Okay,
of
so
the
that's a
world.
yes.
Each one has its own unique story to tell. Would you like me to show you some of them?
Yes.
Ah, splendid. I'm delighted to hear that you're interested in my firearm
The
collection.
wife is guilty calling
Let
it.
me take
Oh,
you on a
I
little journey
definitely
through
think
time
she's
and space
guilty.
as we explore the fascinating
But I
stories
think
behind
several
these
people
exquisite
are.
pieces. Now, let's start with this beauty here.
Continue.
This one is a flintlock pistol, my dear detective. It dates back to the 18th century, a truly remarkable era, wouldn't you agree? This particular piece was
Oh,
said to
did I
have
run
belonged
out
to
of
a
space?
notorious pirate who sailed the Caribbean seas. Legend has it that he used this very pistol to fend off enemy ships and claim his treasure. Can you imagine the thrill of those daring adventures?
Pistol. What else?
Oh, I'm delighted that you're enjoying the tales of my collection.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's move on to another intriguing item, shall we? Now, feast your eyes upon this exquisite dueling saber. It hails from the land of samurais, Japan. It is said to have been
That's not a
wielded by a
gun.
legendary warrior who possessed unmatched skill and honor. The blade itself is forged with the finest craftsmanship, capable of slicing through the thickest armor with ease. Just envision the elegance and precision of a samurai duel, my friend. It's a sight to behold.
Any other guns?
Ah, guns, you say? Of course, my dear detective. I have quite a few more fascinating firearms to share with you. Let me show you this one. It's a flintlock rifle from the American frontier, a true symbol of the Wild West. Can you imagine the rugged cowboys and outlaws who once roamed
rifle?
those vast plains? This rifle has seen its fair share of adventures, I assure you. But tell me, detective, what other types of firearms pique your interest?
All of them.
Well, my esteemed detective Martini, it seems you have a voracious appetite for knowledge about my collection.
I'm stuck between
How
two.
delightful.
Multiple
I must
murders,
admit,
you
I am
say?
rather fond
Yeah.
of your enthusiasm.
Are they
Now,
still
let me
in
think.
working order?
What other intriguing
I
pieces
can ask that.
regale you with?
Should play this game. It's totally my jam.
Yes. How
Yeah,
about
no,
this
you
elegant
should.
heirloom? I can see
You'll
you
probably
carry a
get further
pistol
than
popular
me.
among the ladies of high society in the 19th century. Its small size and
A
exquisite design make
Deringer.
it a perfect accessory for any discerning lady. And speaking of ladies, have you met Miss S. Potter?
Yes.
My, how splendid. Pray, do tell me, what are your thoughts on Miss S. Potter? Is she not a vision of elegance and charm? I find her absolutely captivating. Her presence alone can light up the room like 1,000 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had the pleasure of engaging in conversation with her? I'm quite curious to hear your impressions.
Yes.
How delightful. I'm thrilled to know that
Interesting.
you
He
had the
talks about the
opportunity to converse with the
Deringer and
enchanting
then,
Mrs. Potter.
or
I
Derringer,
must say,
and then brings
she's a
her
woman
up.
of great allure and intellect. I wonder, what topics did you discuss with her? Did she share any of her own interests or passions?
Has
I find
Mrs.
it exhilarating to
Potter
engage in stimulating conversations with such
borrowed
fascinating individuals.
any
Please,
of
do
your
share your
weapons?
experiences, Detective Martini.
Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch.
Borrowed my weapons, you say? Now, that's an intriguing question, my dear detective. I can't recall Mrs. Potter ever borrowing one of my prized firearms. Why do you ask? Is there a particular reason you're interested in her interactions with my collection? Perhaps there's a story behind it that I'm not yet aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Pray, do enlighten me,
Detect. His sentence got cut off there. Are any of the firearms still working?
Working, you inquire. My, that's an interesting query indeed.
Does
While
Mrs.
most of
Potter
my
own a
firearm
weapon?
collection
Yeah,
is more for
I'll
display
I'll
and
ask.
historical value, I must admit that a few of them have been meticulously restored to their former glory. It's quite fascinating to witness the craftsmanship of these bygone eras.
Okay, so
But
some
tell
of
me,
them do
Detective
work.
Martini, why this sudden interest in the functionality of my guns? Do you have a specific purpose in mind, or is it merely curiosity that drives your inquiry?
Mr. Potter had a gunshot wound.
A gunshot wound, you say? Oh, how dreadful. I do hope Mr. Potter is recovering well.
He's dead.
It's a shame to hear of such unfortunate incidents befalling the esteemed residents of Vaudeville. But pray, do share more details, Detective. What happened? Was it a mere accident or something more sinister? I'm rather curious to know the circumstances surrounding Mr. Potter's injury. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Detective Martini.
Delayed reaction.
Please accept my condolences for the loss of Mr. Potter. It's indeed a tragic event. However, may I ask what led to his untimely demise? I'm quite intrigued to understand the circumstances that
One
surround his
second.
passing.
Okay. What bullets does he use? Let's ask about the Derringer. What bullets does the Derringer use? Because that one seems the most suspicious.
The Derringer's ammunition, you say? An excellent question, my dear detective. Let me think for a moment. I believe the Derringer typically uses
Small
caliber
caliber.
bullets, such as .22 or .25 caliber. They were designed for close quarter self-defense and discreet carry. Quite fascinating, isn't it? The world of firearms is filled with such intricate details. But tell me, detective, why this sudden interest in the ammunition of the Derringer? Is there
Can
something
you tell if
specific
any
you're
of them were fired
investigating?
recently? Okay. Were any of the firearms fired recently?
Fired recently, you ask? Well, that's an intriguing thought, my curious friend. I must admit, I haven't fired any of my precious antique firearms in quite some time. However, I am rather curious as to why you inquire about recent firings. Has there been an incident that involves the use of a firearm? Pray,
Yes,
do enlighten
Mr.
me,
Potter
Detective
was
Martini.
shot. You dummy.
Oh, dear me, Mr. Potter was shot, you say?
Yep.
That is truly a shocking
I
turn of
already told
events.
you.
I had no inkling of such a tragic
Except that I
occurrence.
told you.
The news weighs heavy on my heart. Please, detective, do share the details. What happened? Where did this unfortunate incident take place?
His
I
body
am
was
eager to
found
understand the
in an
circumstances surrounding
alley.
Mr. Potter's shooting. An alley, you say? Goodness gracious, that sounds like a rather grim
Does he
and desolate
know of
setting for
any
the
other
discovery of
firearm
poor
users?
Mr. Potter's body. Such a tragedy should not befall someone of his stature.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
But tell me, Detective Martini, what leads you to believe that the firearm in question may have come from my collection? Is there something specific that connects my artifacts to this
Do
dreadful
you
event?
know
I'm
any
quite intrigued to know
other
the reasoning behind your
firearm
line of
users?
inquiry. Other firearm users, you ask? Well, my dear detective, I must confess that I do not personally associate with individuals who actively use firearms. As a collector of rare items and a connoisseur of the finer things in life, my interests lay more in the historical and aesthetic value of such objects. However, I am always eager to learn and expand my knowledge. Pray, do enlighten me if there are other notable individuals in Vaudeville who possess a fondness for firearms. I'm curious to discover more about the local enthusiasts in our
A
charming
gun
city.
could have been borrowed or stolen and returned. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Mrs. Potter borrowed or stole the Derringer. He's saying that the Derringer is easy to use. He specifically said that it was, like, good for a woman to use. It's small. Probably doesn't have a lot of kickback. It doesn't even necessarily mean he knows that Mrs. Potter took it. What do you think the chances are that Mrs. Potter actually killed them all and is trying to frame Gravison? Go back, corner office, see if she got feedback on bullets used. Okay, I will do that next. Are any of his guns missing? Are any of your guns missing? Oops, let me try again.
Missing guns, you say? Now that's a fascinating question, my inquisitive friend.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me a moment to ponder. No, as far as I'm aware, none of my precious firearms have gone missing from my collection. Each one is meticulously accounted for, displayed with utmost care and reverence. But tell me, Detective Martini, what prompts this inquiry about missing guns?
Other
Is there a
guns
reason
locked
to believe that
away.
any of my prized possessions have vanished? I'm quite intrigued by the nature of your
Okay,
investigation. Locked away, you ask? Well, my dear detective, I must admit that I take great pride in the security of my extensive collection. While some of the more delicate and valuable items are indeed kept under lock and key, the majority of my artifacts are proudly on display for all to
Which
admire.
means they're easy
However,
to steal.
I'm curious to know why the security of my treasures has piqued your interest. Has there been an incident that raises concerns about their safety?
Oh, I don't know, maybe
Pray,
4
do share the
people showing
details,
up dead?
detective.
Can he examine his guns to see if any have been fired recently? Hold on. Can you examine the guns to see if any have been fired recently?
My esteemed Detective Martini, I see your curiosity knows no bounds. Though I am quite confident that none of my firearms have been recently fired, I am more than willing to indulge your request. Allow me a moment to retrieve a few select pieces from my illustrious collection. I shall examine them closely and report back to you with my findings. Please, make yourself comfortable while I venture forth into the realm of my cherished possessions.
Interesting. Can't say that that's happened before. Does he have any other firearms other than collective? Have any of the people in the investigation been around his house? I think possibly Mrs. Potter. Let me see if I can get him to answer this first. What are your findings?
My dear detective, I have returned with my trusty magnifying glass.
Your
in
trusty
hand,
magnifying
thoroughly
glass.
examined each and every one of my treasured firearms. I must say, the results are rather intriguing.
Really?
While some of the older pistols do bear the marks of past use, it appears that they have not been fired in recent times. There are no signs of fresh powder residue or any other indications that would suggest recent firing. Quite a curious discovery, wouldn't you agree?
Not
But
really.
do tell me, detective, what has prompted this particular line of investigation?
Hold on. Let me get... Do you have any firearms other than the flintlock pistol, flintlock rifle, and Derringer?
Oh, my inquisitive friend, you have piqued my curiosity once again. Indeed, I do possess a few more fascinating firearms in my collection. Let me regale you with tales of these unique pieces. First,
You
there is
got
a
excited
beautifully
there.
engraved Colt single-action army revolver, a true symbol of the Old West. Its craftsmanship is simply exquisite.
Colt
And then, we have a
single
rare and ornate
action
flintlock blunderbuss, adorned with
revolver.
intricate carvings and embellishments.
flint
It's a true marvel to behold. But
blunder.
pray, do
bus.
share your interest in these additional firearms.
Okay. Have any? Okay. Has Mrs. Potter been to your house recently?
My. What an intriguing question, my dear detective. Mrs. Potter, you say? Well, let me ponder for a moment. Yes, Mrs. Potter did indeed grace my humble abode with her presence not too long ago. We engaged in delightful conversation, exploring the depths of art, culture, and the wonders of the world. But why do you ask, detective? Is there a particular reason you're interested in Mrs. Potter's visit to my humble manor? Pray,
What
do
day
enlighten
was
me with your
that?
thoughts. What day was that, you wonder? Let me think for a moment. It was, yes, it was on a chilly Tuesday evening, if memory serves me right. Mrs.
which
Potter
Tuesday?
graced me with her charming company, and we whiled away the hours discussing the finer things in life. But tell me, Detective
Which
Martini,
Tuesday?
why this sudden interest in the specific day of her visit? On a Tuesday, you say? How intriguing. I must admit, I am not one to keep track of the
You-
specific days of the week. Time tends to blur together in the realm of collecting and curating.
Did she
Do
talk
tell me,
about
Detective
India?
Martini, why
Yes,
is a
Mrs.
particular
Potter
Tuesday
did
of
talk
Mrs.
about
Potter's
India.
visit of significance to your investigation? Is there something about that day that holds a clue to the unfortunate events that have unfolded? I'm quite eager to
I
hear
don't
your
know.
insight.
I'm not. What date did you see Mrs. Potter? The actual date.
The date of Mrs. Potter's visit, you ask.
Yes,
Well, let me think for a
the
moment.
actual
It
date.
was a splendid day, filled with lively conversation and intellectual exchanges. If memory serves me right, I believe
15th?
it was on the 15th of April. A day forever etched in the annals of Count Grevisinus' memory. But pray, detective,
I'm out of
why does the date hold
space
such
in my
importance
notes.
in your line of inquiry? Do share your thoughts, for I am most curious to know.
Jameson saw Mrs. Potter April 15th. Okay, so that was about a week or so before the murders. What time is it where you guys are? You keep talking about dinner. It's only 3 something where I am. I can't see the full clock. I only see part of it. 3:17. Let me see if anyone else has been around. Had Mr. Potter been to your house recently? Hold on. Let me try again.
Oh, dear Detective Martini, your questions continue to intrigue me.
And your
Mr. Potter, you
answers
say?
continue to perturb
Let me
me.
recollect. Yes, indeed, Mr. Potter has graced the halls of my humble abode on a few occasions in the past. We have shared stories, indulged in friendly banter, and reveled in the joys of
Oh,
life.
really? That late?
But why
Okay.
do you inquire about Mr. Potter's visits to my manor, dear detective? Is there a specific reason that brings his presence into question? Pray, enlighten me with your insights.
I give you props for cooking all the time, Annabelle. I'm not a cookist myself. I'm not really a big fan of cooking. I let Brandon handle that stuff. When did you last see Mr. Potter?
Last see Mr. Potter, you ask. Well, my curious friend, it has been quite some time since our paths crossed.
Yeah, I'll have to
If
ask
memory serves
Saxabar
me
if he
right,
owns a
the
weapon.
last time I had the pleasure of Mr. Potter's company was a fortnight ago. On a delightful
Fortnight
spring
ago.
afternoon,
Okay.
we engaged in spirited discussions about our mutual interests and exchanged tales of our adventures. But pray, do tell me, why the sudden interest in my encounters with Mr. Potter?
Were you and
Has
Mr.
something
Potter
happened that I am unaware of?
friends?
I am most eager to know the purpose behind your inquiry, my inquisitive friend. Friends, you say? Oh, my dear detective, the term friend is a rather complex and multifaceted concept.
Not that
While Mr. Potter
complex.
and I have shared pleasant interactions and engaging conversations, I wouldn't necessarily claim that we are the closest of friends.
Okay, fair enough.
We have, however, found common ground in our shared
Business partners,
appreciation for the
maybe?
fine
Yeah.
things in life and have enjoyed each other's company on occasion. But do
Is
enlighten
today
me,
April
detective,
25th?
why does the nature of my relationship with Mr. Potter
Maybe.
intrigue you? Is there a particular reason for this line of questioning?
Let me find out. I don't actually know what day it's supposed to be in the game. I think it's supposed to sync with the actual clock, but let me find out.
Oh, my esteemed Detective Martini, I must confess that I find your question quite amusing. Today is indeed April 25th, a day like any other in the grand tapestry of time. But pray, do tell me, why the sudden interest in the date?
Ah, I thought
Does
it was
hold
supposed to
some
sync with the
significance
actual
to the
clock.
investigation at hand?
So that means it's
Or
only
perhaps
been
there
like
is another
days
matter that
since
has
people
captured your
died.
attention.
If the
I am
murders were
ever so
12
curious
hours
to know
ago.
the purpose behind your inquiry,
fair point.
my inquisitive friend.
Is this guy a vampire? You want me to ask? I will ask, but it'll be a freebie. Hold on. I'm thinking about the whole thing about the mushroom soup. Have you ever eaten Mrs. Potter's mushroom soup?
Well now, that's an interesting query, my dear detective. Mushroom soup, you say? I do believe I have had the pleasure of sampling Mrs. Potter's culinary creations on a few occasions. Her mushroom soup, in particular, is a delectable delight that tickles the taste buds with its rich and earthy flavors. It's a true culinary masterpiece, if I may say so myself. But why do you inquire about Mrs. Potter's mushroom soup, detective? Is there a reason that brings her culinary prowess into focus? Pray, do share your thoughts with me.
April 11th was a fortnight ago. That makes sense. Sent it to Uber. Uber Eats? Excuse me. Let me think. I had something and I lost it. Dang it. Let me leave this guy for a bit and go back to Saxabar. Where are you? Do you own any guns? Whoa!
I am the master of the wild, my dear detective. Guns are for those who fear the untamed.
Okay, I guess that's a no. So that's a no.
No, my good sir.
Okay. Do you know if Mrs. Potter owns any guns?
Mrs. Potter. Guns. No clue, my friend.
Okay. Oh my goodness, I can't type. Do you know if Gravison ever uses his guns?
Radisson and his guns. No idea, mon ami.
Sheesh, you're getting cozy there, aren't you? No guns then. Coroner for feedback. Yes, thank you, Tony, for reminding me. Do you have the ballistics report yet?
Well, detective, I'm afraid I don't have the ballistics report just yet.
Ah, woman.
However, I can tell you that the cause of death for our victim, Nicola Grossman, was a stab wound to the back of the neck.
Yeah,
with a
I
butcher's
know.
knife. The knife has been removed from the body and is currently being examined by our forensic team.
Really?
Once they complete their analysis, we should have a better understanding of the weapon's make and model, as well as any other important details. In the meantime, I'll continue my examination of the body to gather more evidence.
So, excuse me. So it seems like this game has a bit of a timeline to it. That, like, you can only get information when a certain amount of time has passed. How long for ballistic report? How much longer for ballistics report?
The anticipation of the ballistics report, always a thrilling moment in the investigation. Unfortunately, I can't provide you with an exact time frame, as the process can be quite meticulous. Our dedicated forensics team is working diligently to analyze the ballistic evidence and match it to the corresponding firearm. It requires careful scrutiny of the bullet's trajectory, markings, and other unique characteristics. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to expedite the process without compromising accuracy. Patience is key in these matters, my dear detective.
Yeah.
We must allow science to unfold at its own pace.
Can you tell from Maria's wounds what animal attacked her.
Well, detective, the wounds on Maria Jansen's body were indeed rather peculiar. She had bite marks all over, particularly on her arms.
That wasn't helpful. From what animal?
Oh, my dear detective, it's quite a perplexing case. The nature of the bite suggests an animal attack, but determining the specific animal responsible is a challenge. The strength of the bites
DNA?
and the fracture in one of the forearm bones indicate a significant force behind them. It's possible that it could be a large predator, such as a wolf or a bear, but without further analysis, it's difficult to say for certain. Rest assured, I will continue my examination and consult with our wildlife experts to shed more light on this matter.
Fingerprints on weapons. Any fingerprints found on the murder weapons?
Yeah, detective, the modus operandi of these 3 murders is indeed intriguing. Each one presents a distinct method of violence, making it challenging to establish a clear connection. Nicola Grossman stabbed one to the back of the neck with a butcher's knife. Maria Jansen's
I was
brutal bite
spelling her
marks.
name wrong.
And Haley Greenwood's blunt trauma to the head with a stiletto shoe. They are all vastly different. However, despite their differences, there must be some underlying thread that ties them together.
That is totally unrelated to what I asked you. Did you find any fingerprints?
Oh, my dear detective, fingerprints are such fascinating things, aren't they? Unfortunately, in the case of these particular murder weapons, we haven't found any fingerprints that match our database.
Dang it.
It seems our killer is quite meticulous in leaving behind any trace of their identity. But fear not, for the absence of fingerprints
question,
does
though.
not mean we are at a dead end. There are other avenues we can explore to uncover the truth.
Any DNA on
We shall
weapons?
delve
Let me
deeper
ask.
into the evidence and perhaps stumble upon a clue that will lead us to our elusive culprit. Patient. Yes, detective. I did find DNA evidence on the victim.
Woman, why have you been keeping this from me?
Analysis revealed that the samples collected from Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood all belong to the respective victims themselves.
Oh, for...
No foreign DNA was detected on their bodies.
That's not helpful.
It appears that the perpetrators took precautions to avoid leaving traces of their own genetic material at the crime
Had
scene.
me all excited for a
This
second.
suggests a level of planning and awareness on their part.
Ding dang,
It's hardly
coroner.
realization, isn't it?
Yes. You should
To
have
think
just
that
said
someone
no.
could commit such heinous acts with such calculated precision.
I know, right? I got excited. Size of bite mark. What was the size of the bite marks on Maria?
Oh, my dear detective, the size of the bite marks on Maria's body was rather significant. They were deep and left distinct impressions on her skin. Some of the bite marks measure approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in width, indicating a substantial force behind them. The attacker must have possessed a considerable jaw strength to inflict such wounds. It's truly a tragic sight to behold, isn't it? The brutality of it all. It's difficult to fathom.
Man, the problem is I'm running out of space on these. Nope, that's Maria. Maria wounds 2 to 3 centimeters. Large. Circus man, lions or tigers. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Or this manticore, which he, who knows what it actually is, but he did admit to letting it free with the intention of killing Gravison. So what seems to have happened is he lets it go. And Gravison is in the woods that night, killing Maria, or maybe with the intention to kill Maria, rather. And then this manticore, or whatever the heck it is, shows up and ends up killing Maria instead of Gravison. It's not that big, like dog wolf, maybe. Yeah, I don't know what kind of mythology they're using for the manticore in this case. I also don't know if they're just calling it a manticore and like making up this story about it, but it's actually just like, I don't know, a wolf or something. Maybe a lion cub. Yeah, maybe. It could be a baby manticore, right? Actually, that's a good question. Is the manticore full grown?
Monsieur Saxabot. Yes, I did sell the manticore to him. Quite
Huh?
a fascinating creature, I must say. But unfortunately, I can't show it to you at the moment. You see, Monsieur Saxabot has taken it to a circus for
I
training.
asked if it was full
It's
grown.
still in my cellar, but it's best to leave it in the capable hands of Monsieur Saxabot for now. Quite a sight to behold, I assure you. Now, let's talk about something else, shall we?
No, we're not going to talk about something else. Is the manticore still a baby?
Oh, my dear detective, you have piqued my curiosity. Why do you ask about the size of the manticore?
None of your business.
Are you interested in mythical creatures as well? I'm afraid I don't have the exact measurements, but when I last saw it, it was not quite fully grown. Still, even as a youngling, it possessed such magnificent features. The sharp teeth, the lion-like body, and of course, the infamous scorpion
Literally a
tail.
snapping turtle
Truly
wearing
was a marvel
novelty
to witness.
vampire teeth.
But enough about that. Let's delve into another topic, something more captivating perhaps.
Why are you avoiding discussing the manticore?
Avoiding. My apologies if it seemed that way, Detective
It definitely
Martini.
seemed that
I
way.
assure
It is
you,
that
I
way.
am not intentionally avoiding discussing the manticore.
You lie.
I simply thought you might be more intrigued by other aspects of
No,
my
I'm
collection
not.
or the stories
Not
behind
at the
them.
moment.
But if the creature holds your interest, please, do go on. What would you like to know about the mysterious
How
and enigmatic creature that
Big
is the manticore?
is the manticore.
The size of the magnificent beast. Well, as I mentioned
How wide
earlier,
is its
it was
mouth?
not fully grown when Monsieur
Okay,
Saxaba
bye,
took it to the
treasure. Thank you
circus,
for coming and
but
showing
even
your
in its
support.
youthful state,
Appreciate
it
you.
was quite sizable. The lion-like body alone must have been around 6 feet in length, and when you add the scorpion tail
Whoa.
into the equation, it becomes quite a formidable
That's
presence.
big.
Of course, I can only imagine the growth it has undergone since then. Fascinating, isn't it? Do you have any particular reason for inquiring about the size of the manticore? Detective Martini.
That's not small. That's not small at all. How wide? Let me word it a little differently. How big is its jaw?
Oh, the jaw of the majestic creature? An intriguing question, indeed. I'm afraid I don't have the exact measurements of its jaw, but I can assure you it was a sight to behold. The manticore's jaw was robust and powerful, lined with sharp teeth that could surely rend through flesh and bone with ease. It possessed a certain primal elegance, if you will. The widest fascination with the jaw, my dear detective.
How big
There
are
is
the
specific
teeth?
aspect to the creature you're trying to unravel. Well, now we're getting into the finer details, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
The size of the manticore's teeth is a fascinating topic, I must say. Unfortunately, I don't have the precise dimensions of each individual tooth, but rest assured, they were quite impressive. Sharp and menacing, like miniature daggers protruding from its formidable jaws. One can only imagine the power behind such a set of fangs. But tell me, Detective Martini, what has spurred your interest in the size of the manticore's teeth?
Scorpion tail? Yeah, that would be part of a manticore. A manticore is a combination of several different animals. I'm still not ruling it out as the quote-unquote murder weapon for Maria, despite the size of the wounds. Because depending on how the attack happened, it may have just like punctured with, you know, the bottommost part of the fangs, which could be small, versus the uppermost part. Or maybe it didn't have its an adult set of teeth yet, potentially, even at 6 feet long. That's possible too. I don't know what combination it is. Shoot, it's been a while since I read anything about manticores. I mean, lion, scorpion, and shoot, what's the other one? Brandon, do you remember what else the manticore is combined with? Lion, scorpion, and isn't it combined with something with wings too? Or am I getting that confused with another creature? I think he's looking it up. If he was to guess the longest tooth, what size would he estimate? Wait, the barmaid had no heels on. And the one was hit on the head with heels. Yeah, that's true. Ingrid was not wearing any shoes. Mrs. Potter has a bunch of stilettos, though. What would you estimate the tooth size to be? Hold on, I gotta retype it. What would you estimate the tooth size to be?
Estimate the tooth size of the magnificent creature.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a curious question, my dear detective.
Sure.
Let me ponder for a moment. From my recollection, I would venture to estimate that the length of the larger incisors could have been around 3 to 4 inches. Of course, this is merely an estimation based on my memory. But I assure you, they were sharp and imposing, like the weapons of a mythical predator.
That's
Quite
the
a sight to behold,
length.
indeed. But please, do enlighten me, why this fascination with the specifics of the manticore's dental anatomy?
That's the length, not the width. What about width of teeth?
Oh, the width of the teeth. An intriguing aspect to consider, my inquisitive friend. While I don't have the exact measurements at hand, I would hazard a guess that the width of the teeth could have been about half an inch or so. But do forgive me if my estimations are not entirely accurate. After all, it has been some time since I last laid eyes on the majestic beast. But tell me, Detective Martini, what has sparked your curiosity about the width of the manticore's teeth? Is there a particular reason behind your interest?
So I mean, 3 to 4 centimeters doesn't, 2 to 3 centimeters doesn't really match up with half an inch width. But he is saying that it's just an estimate. That's way too large for those bites. Yeah, it does seem that way. So maybe something else got out besides the manticore. Or maybe it wasn't even anything from the circus. Maybe it was something just in the woods. I think the Greek version has wings, but most Indian, Persian, and Greek have a large human face, lion body, scorpion tail. What animals are in the circus? Definitely lions. And I believe tigers as well. Let me go back to Saxabar. Does anyone own any pets? Okay, hold on. I will ask him that, and then I'll go back to Saxabar. Do you own any pets? Okay, hold on. Didn't work. Do you own any pets?
Pets, you say? Why, yes, I do have a few delightful companions in my humble abode.
Oh.
Allow me to introduce you to my beloved parrot, Sir Reginald.
I don't think a parrot
He's
is
a
the
colourful and
murder
talkative
weapon.
fellow, always entertaining with his repertoire phrases. And then there's my faithful hound, Winston.
Winston.
He's a loyal and spirited companion, always ready for a good romp in the gardens.
Is
But I must
Winston
say,
aggressive?
my pets are not as exotic as some of the creatures in my collection.
Wait, creatures in your collection? Okay, I need to follow up on that, but firstly, is Winston aggressive?
Aggressive. My dear detective, I can assure you that my dear Winston is anything but aggressive. He is a gentle and friendly soul, full of boundless
Yeah, I
energy and enthusiasm.
figured. Dogs
He
don't
loves
tend to be
nothing more
very
than a good
aggressive.
game of fetch or a long stroll through the countryside. In fact, he's quite the charmer, often winning the hearts of those he encounters with his wagging tail and playful antics. But why do you ask about his temperament, Detective
Don't worry
Martini?
about it. What other
Are you perhaps
creatures?
considering adopting a furry friend of your own?
I already got 3, man. I'm good. Or 4. 3 dogs, 1 cat. What other creatures do you own besides the manticore?
Other creatures, you say? Yeah, a topic that brings me great joy.
Good, talk
Besides
about
my
it.
esteemed manticore, I have a few other fascinating creatures in my collection. There's no price up by
Was
no
Mrs.
peacock,
Parr
a
the
stunning creature
parrot
with
in the
pure white
circus?
feathers and majestic display. And let's not forget my pair of mischievous sugar gliders, tiny little creatures that bring a touch of whimsy to the manor. But I must say, my collection is always evolving and expanding. Is there a particular type of creature that captures your interest, my curious friend?
Alright, so an albino peacock definitely... okay, maybe not definitely, but an albino peacock is very unlikely to do that kind of force. I mean, their beaks are kind of large, but like, they also don't tend to be quite that aggressive. I mean, they don't tend to be super nice either, but I can't imagine them killing someone. And sugar gliders are indeed very tiny and not aggressive. They could not do that kind of damage. They're like little guys. I've seen albino peacocks before. Yeah, they're quite beautiful. Any other creatures? Dagnabbit. This is being so temperamental.
My apologies for not mentioning them earlier. How could I have forgotten? In addition to the ones I mentioned, I also have a charming family of pygmy goats that
No,
roam freely in the
pygmy
garden.
goats is
They're
not
quite the
gonna be what
characters,
killed them.
with their playful antics and adorable bleats. And let's not overlook my tank of exotic fish.
Fish
Each one
definitely
more
didn't do
more
it.
mesmerizing than the last. But I'm sure there are still more intriguing creatures to discover in this vast world. Tell me, Detective Martini, are there specific types of animals or mythical beings that capture your imagination?
Your brother owns peacocks? Yeah, they are a bit intimidating. I like looking at them, but from a distance. Alright. Let me go ask Saxabar more about his animals. What animals do you have in your circus?
My dear friend, I have the most magnificent lions in my circus. Magnificent beasts, they are.
Any others?
Lions are the stars of the show, my friend. No need for anything else.
Do you have any pets?
No, I have no time for pets.
Okay. Let's find out if Mrs. Potter has any. There's a grocery store. Do you have any pets?
Oh, pets? How delightful. I have a lovely little Persian cat named Mr. Whiskers.
Yeah, I don't think
Such a
Mr.
charming
Whiskers is the
companion,
murderer.
Always by my side. But I must confess, I'm feeling a tad melancholic today. You see, Mr. Whiskers has been missing for the past few days. I fear he may have wandered off to explore the world beyond Vaudeville. Oh, how I envy his adventurous spirit.
I'm sorry about your
Worry
cat.
not, I shall find him and bring him back to his cozy little corner in my grand estate.
Okay. Ah, there you are. This is the guy I haven't spoken to yet. Pascal, as in the owner of the grocery store. Man, I got some catching up to do of you. Was your store open on April 23rd?
Oh, April 23rd. That's interesting. Why do you ask? Anything special happen on that day? You know, I always have my ear to the ground for any juicy gossip.
Several murders.
Well, let me tell you, Detective Martini, it was quite a shock. I found the body of Nicola
Whoa.
Grossman right outside my shop when I was unloading groceries in the
Okay.
morning. Can you believe it? Poor thing, may she rest in peace. But hey,
Nicola is a
have you heard
guy,
anything
actually.
about the other two murders? Who knows what's going on in our dear Vaudeville?
Hold on. I will answer that question. Haley and Maria died the next day.
Oh my, that's a lot of excitement for little old Vaudeville. 3 deaths in such a short span of time.
Well, technically
Sounds something
4.
out of a thrilling novel. I wonder if these cases are connected somehow.
Oh, they're definitely
You know,
connected.
there's been all sorts of rumors floating around town about secret societies and mysterious figures.
Really?
Have you come across any interesting tidbits, my friend?
What kinds of rumors?
The rumors, my dear. They say there's a hidden manticore lurking in some basement.
Interrogation
ready to pounce on
mode?
unsuspecting souls. and whispers of a forbidden love affair between a noblewoman and a commoner have been circulating as well.
She feels sad
If you
about her
didn't hear it
cat,
from
but her
me,
husband was just
gossip
murdered.
spreads like wildfire
The
in a
cat's more
charming
important,
city.
right?
Anything else you'd like to chat about, my friend?
Okay, so far he said there's a hidden manticore lurking in the basement, ready to pounce on suspecting souls. Whispers of a forbidden love affair between a noblewoman and a commoner. But you didn't hear it from me. I'm assuming he means... Oh, wait a minute, noblewoman. That's... Count Graveson's not a woman. Who is the love affair between?
Oh, you want to know about the love affair, do you? Well, let's just say there are some suspicions that Miss S. Potter and Count Gravison might be more than just friends.
Oh, okay, he is talking
Of
about them.
course, it's all just speculation. You know how these things go. Now, tell me, have you heard any scandalous tales lately?
I've heard that Gravison might be the killer.
Gravison, the killer. My, that's a shocking twist. I wonder what our dear Miss S. Potter would have to say about that. It's like a real-life mystery novel unfolding right here in Vaudeville. I can't wait to find out the truth.
You and me
So,
both.
speaking of mysteries, have you tried my famous vegetable stew? It's a real crowd pleaser, if I do say so myself.
Is it made with mushrooms?
Mushrooms? Yeah. Yeah, my friend, let me tell you a little secret. There's a rumor going around that mushrooms have some magical properties. Some even claim they can make you see things that aren't there.
I mean,
But of course, it's all just hearsay.
that's
Now,
that's
back to the
not
matter at
hearsay,
hand.
although
Have you
this
heard any
game is
other
set in like the
intriguing tales
50s, so maybe it was then. When you found Nicola's body, was anyone else there?
Let me think. No, I don't recall seeing anyone else nearby at that time. But you know how it is, Detective Martini. Secrets have a way of staying hidden. Who knows what might have happened behind closed doors. Anyway, speaking of secrets, have you seen the latest episode of the thrilling detective series on television?
I don't need to watch detective shows. I
Got
am a
everyone
detective.
talking.
Tripping on soup mushrooms, right? When did you find Nicola?
I found Nicola's body early in the morning, before the shop opened. Can you believe it? Such a tragic start to the day. But hey, have you heard about the scandalous affair between Lord Harrington and Lady Montague? It's the talk of the town.
I have no idea who they are. And I haven't seen them in any of the locations either. Stop diverting me. When you found Nicola, did you see the murder weapon?
You won't believe this, but there were whispers that the murder weapon was a mysterious golden dagger.
What?
Can you imagine the drama? It's like something out of a thrilling play. Now, speaking of drama, have you seen the latest theatrical production in Vaudeville?
Golden dagger?
The reviews are simply buzzing.
Have you seen this golden dagger? Can't spell.
Seen the golden dagger? No, my dear friend, I haven't laid eyes on such a thing. But let me tell you, if that rumor turns out to be true, it would be the juiciest gossip in town. Who knows what secrets it might hold. Anyway, let's move on to more fascinating topics. Did you hear about the scandalous affair between Sir Winston and Lady Victoria?
How many people are having affairs?
Positively
Damn.
scandalous.
Did you know Mr. Potter?
Speaking of Miss S. Potter, my friend, there have been some whispers that she and Count Gravison have been spending quite a lot of time together lately.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't that intriguing?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what they could be up to.
Plotting
But
more
hey,
murders.
Enough about that. Have you heard any other exciting tales from our beloved Vaudeville?
That didn't really answer my question. Romeo and Juliet Montague. Does Posh Man own other weapons other than guns? He did say that he owns a dueling saber. Let me see if he says anything about a dagger, though. Do you own any daggers?
Ah, daggers, you say? Yes, indeed. I have quite a fascinating collection of daggers from various parts of the world. Each one tells a unique story and holds a certain charm. Would you like to see them?
Yes.
Wonderful, I'm delighted to share my passion with you. Let's take a stroll through my humble abode and admire the exquisite beauty of these ancient weapons. Follow me, my friend.
Okay.
So, my friend, what brings you to my manor today? Are you here to explore the wonders of my collection, or perchance, have you heard a rumor about one of my prized possessions? Do tell, I'm all ears.
Are any of your daggers golden?
Golden daggers, you say? Oh, how splendid. I do have a few daggers with golden accents and embellishments.
Okay.
They add a touch of opulence and grandeur to the pieces. Would you like to see them?
Yes.
Marvelous. Follow me, my friend, as we venture deeper into the depths of my collection. These particular gold-accented daggers are true treasures, each with its own unique story and history. Take a moment to marvel at their intricate designs and craftsmanship. Now, tell me, have you ever seen such a magnificent collection of weapons before?
Have any of them gone missing recently?
Oh, my dear detective, I must say, I am quite intrigued by your question.
Any
Missing daggers, you
missing
say?
or bloody or
I'll tell
anything?
you.
Excited
I must
again.
admit, I haven't noticed any of my precious pieces
So many
disappearing.
affairs that everyone knows
However,
about, apparently.
must
I know,
inform you
right?
that there has been some unfortunate news in Vaudeville lately. 3 individuals, Maria Jansen, Nicole Grossman, and Haley Greenwood,
Why
were
do you think I'm
tragically murdered.
talking to you?
Such a dreadful occurrence, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it's dreadful.
Fear
That's
not,
why I'm
my
here.
friend, for within these walls, safety and security reign supreme.
Does your home have a security system? I have no idea what that would look like in the 50s, but
Yeah, my esteemed guest, you have piqued my curiosity. The security system, you ask? Well, I do take the protection of my collection very seriously. While I don't have a modern electronic system, I have taken certain measures to ensure the utmost safeguarding of my treasures. Intriguing, isn't it? But tell me, my friend, why this sudden interest in the security of my humble abode?
did you find blood on any of your daggers?
Blood on my dagger. My, what an intriguing question. I must say, I haven't noticed any bloodstains on my precious blades. They are meticulously
anyone
cared
have
for,
a
you see,
key
ensuring their pristine
spare?
condition. But pray, do enlighten me. Why does blood on daggers capture your attention,
Interesting.
my curious companion?
Does anyone have a key to your house?
Oh, my dear detective, I'm afraid I can't recall anyone having a key to my humble abode. The security of my residence is of the utmost importance, you know? But do tell me, why this sudden interest in the keys to my domain? Is there something
Would
amiss that I
Mrs.
should be aware
Potter
of?
have a key?
Mrs. Potter. Why, yes, she is a delightful woman, isn't she? But I must confess, my friend, I don't believe she possesses a key to my manor. However, I must say, your line of questioning has taken quite an intriguing turn.
Mm-hmm.
Pray, do enlighten me as to why you are so curious about Mrs. Potter and her potential possession of a key to my home.
Yeah, 'cause of your freaking weapons. I'm thinking. Give me a second. Let's ask if you've had an affair with her. Get direct, huh? Are you having an affair with Mrs. Potter? He's probably gonna deny it.
Well, my dear detective, you certainly have a knack for stirring up intrigue, don't you? An affair with Mrs. Potter, you suggest?
I do suggest.
How scandalous. I'm afraid I cannot confirm nor deny such rumors.
Ah,
But I am
interesting.
rather intrigued as to why you
He's
are bringing
not
up such a
denying it.
topic. Is there something specific that has led you to suspect such a scandalous liaison? Do share your thoughts, my inquisitive friend.
People around town talk about you two.
Do they now? How fascinating. It seems the townsfolk have quite
So
an
yes,
active
yeah, right.
imagination.
Pretty
I
much.
must admit, I find it amusing how stories can take on a
We're
life of
done
their
yet,
own.
do you think? I don't
Pray,
know.
do
I
tell
can
me,
go back
what
and ask.
exactly are they saying about Mrs. Potterny?
That
quite
you
curious to
are
hear the tales that have
spending
been woven
a
about our
lot
supposed
of time
connection.
together.
Spending a lot of time together, you say? My, it appears the rumor mill is in full swing. It is true, my dear detective, Mrs. Potter and I have had the pleasure of each other's company on occasion. We share a mutual appreciation for the finer things in life, you see. But I assure you, there is nothing untoward about it.
Mm-hmm.
We simply enjoy each other's company and indulge in delightful conversations about art, culture, and the wonders of the world. Tell me, my friend, what else have you heard about these alleged encounters?
Is Mr. Potter ever cruel to Mrs. Potter?
Ah, my friend, you have taken a rather unexpected turn in our conversation. Mr. and Mrs. Potter's relationship, you inquire. I must admit, I am not privy to the intricacies of their personal lives. However, I do hope that their union is one of happiness and harmony.
Was.
But tell me, why this sudden
Was.
interest in the
Past
dynamics
tense.
of their relationship? Is there something troubling you, my inquisitive companion?
Was Mrs. Potter angry at Mr. Potter before his death?
My dear detective, I must say your questions continue to intrigue me. Mrs. Potter's emotions towards her late husband, you say? How fascinating. But I'm afraid I can't shed any light on the matter.
You're not very
As a
helpful, are
collector
you?
of oddities and a connoisseur of culture,
Nothing
my
untoward,
interactions
you're
with the
right.
Potters were
Agatha
primarily
Christie
focused on
meets
shared
Murder,
interests
She
and
Wrote.
intellectual pursuits. But do indulge me, my friend, why this particular line of inquiry? Has something occurred that has led you to suspect a certain tension between Mrs. Potter and her late husband?
Mr. Potter ate mushroom soup shortly before his death.
Mushroom soup, you say? Oh, how delightful. I do quite enjoy a good bowl of soup myself. But pray, my friend, why do you mention Mr. Potter's choice of meal before his untimely demise? Is there a connection you believe exists? Do share your thoughts.
What kind of
for I am ever
mushrooms
curious
does
to
Mrs.
uncover the
Potter
mysteries that surround them.
collect?
Oh, mushrooms, you say? How fascinating. Mrs. Potter collects mushrooms, does she?
Yep.
I must admit, I haven't had the pleasure of discussing her fungal pursuits with her.
Fungal
Pray,
pursuits.
do tell
Wow.
me more about the types of
That
mushrooms
sounds
she collects.
awkward.
Are they of the edible variety, or does she have a penchant for the more exotic and mysterious species? I do.
Both.
Oh, mushrooms. How fascinating. I must admit, I have a particular fondness for the world of fungi.
Do you now?
The variety of mushrooms that exist is simply enchanting. Pray, tell me, what kinds of mushrooms does Mrs. Potter collect?
I don't know.
Is she an avid forager, or perhaps a skilled cultivator? I would be delighted to hear more about her pursuits in the realm of mycology.
Okay, this is making me think of something to ask Dada, but I'll make a stop at the coroner's first. Any update on the ballistics report?
Well, detective, the ballistics report is still pending. It's a rather
Maybe
complex
it's waiting
case.
for like an actual
Bullet
real
recovered from the victim's body
day
was
cycle to
severely
go by.
deformed, making it difficult to determine the exact caliber and
Yeah,
type
I
of
know.
firearm used.
Any update on the knife used in Nicola's murder?
Yeah, Nicola Grossman's murder. A tragic incident indeed. The knife that was found lodged in the back of his neck was a butcher's knife, a particularly gruesome choice of weapon. It seems that poor Nicola met his untimely end in the morning, outside Pascala's grocery shop. Quite a macabre scene, I
So the
must
knife
say.
was still
The
there?
blade itself was covered in blood and tissue, which made it challenging to gather any usable fingerprints.
Hold on a second. Was the murder weapon on Nicola's body when you found him?
Oh, you wouldn't believe what I found outside my shop early in the morning. It was Nicola Grossman's lifeless
Yeah,
body
I
just lying
know.
there. Shocking, isn't it? I have no idea who could have done such a thing.
Yeah, but the
But let me
weapon,
tell you,
dude.
the whole town is buzzing with rumors about it.
The weapon. Was the knife still in Nicola's neck?
Well, let me fill you in on the latest gossip, my friend. They say that when they found poor Nicola, the knife was indeed still stuck in his neck. Can you imagine? It's like something out of
You
a dreadful
found
mystery
him,
novel.
you dummy.
But who could have committed such a gruesome act? That's the question on everyone's lips.
What size are the heels used? See if I can find out. What size heels were used on Haley Greenwood?
Ah, Haley Greenwood. Such a tragic case. She was a 19-year-old dancer, full of life and potential. It appears that she suffered multiple blows to the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe. The fragments found on her body suggest the use of a pointed and slender heel. It's truly distressing to think about the violence inflicted upon her.
What size shoe?
Well, determining the exact size of the shoe used on Haley's unfortunate demise is a bit outside the scope of my expertise.
You're a coroner.
Coroner, my focus is primarily on the cause and manner of death, rather than the specific measurements of shoes. However, based on the nature of the injuries and the size of the resulting fractures, it's safe to say that the assailant was wearing a relatively small size shoe, perhaps in the range of a women's size 6 to 8. But do keep in mind that this is just an estimation based on the evidence at hand.
6 to 8. Okay. Let me talk to Mrs. Potter. What size shoe do you wear? That's not creepy at all, right?
My dear, I'm afraid I can't remember the last time I bought shoes.
That doesn't mean you don't know your
My late husband
shoe size.
Victor didn't really believe in indulging in such frivolities. But now that he's gone, who knows? Maybe it's time for a little shoe shopping adventure. A girl can never have too many pairs
What
of shoes,
size
don't you think?
shoes do you wear, woman?
Oh my, it seems you're quite fixated on my feet, aren't you?
No, nope.
Well,
It's not
you
like
must
that.
know I wear dainty
Okay.
size 6.
So,
But I must
dinky
say,
feet.
the size of my feet is hardly the most interesting thing about me. Surely we can find more captivating topics to discuss. Don't you agree?
Okay, so there's definitely a likelihood that she's the perpetrator against Haley. Can she check just now? Yeah, I think she just did. Let me think. I lost it. I had something and I lost it. Is she having an affair? Are you having an affair? Hold on. Didn't go through. Are you having an affair?
Well, aren't you full of surprises?
Totally.
Affairs, my dear, how scandalous. But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I may be a widow, but I am a woman of class and integrity.
Mm-hmm.
I have no need for such indiscretions. My heart belongs solely to the memory of my dear departed Victor. Now, let's
Why
move on to more
were
respectable matters,
you
shall we?
out in town hours after his death?
Ah, the rumors and gossip are certainly swirling around, aren't they? But let me assure you, my dear, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for my presence in town after my husband's passing. You see, I simply couldn't bear the thought of being cooped up in that dreary old house all alone. I needed a breath of fresh air, a taste of the world outside.
That soon?
Besides, it's not like I was out carousing or causing a scene. I was just exploring, you might say.
Exploring what?
Exploring the possibilities, my dear. The endless wonders that lie beyond the confines of my little bubble. The sights, the sounds, the people. It all intrigues me. Life is too short to be confined to one place, don't you think? So, I ventured out into the streets of Vaudeville, allowing myself a glimpse of the vibrant tapestry that exists beyond my doorstep. It was a moment of liberation, a rebellion against the shackles of grief. And let me tell you, it was quite exhilarating.
Have you ever fired a gun?
Fired a gun, you say? My, what a peculiar question. I must admit, I've never had the pleasure of such an experience. The idea of wielding such power in my delicate hands is rather intriguing. Wouldn't you agree?
Derringer
Alas, I'm afraid my
seems
adventures have taken me down
like you could
different
handle
paths.
it.
Guns and bullets are far from the elegant pursuits I indulge in. Now, let's move on to more refined topics, shall we?
Did you make mushroom soup on April 23rd?
Oh, April 23rd. What a day that was. I did indeed make a delightful mushroom dish on that particular
Oh, I meant to say
occasion.
mushroom soup. Whoops.
The aroma filled my kitchen, and the flavors danced on my palate. It was a moment of culinary triumph, I dare say. But why, pray tell, do you ask about that specific date?
Who ate it?
Speaking of mushrooms, my dear, did you know that they can be quite fascinating? The variety of shapes, colors, and flavors they possess is simply enchanting.
Man, I walked
However,
around
I must admit that I
the
haven't
store
had the
and
pleasure of making mushroom dishes recently. As for the unfortunate souls you mentioned, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood, they were the 3 individuals whose lives were tragically cut short in Vaudeville.
I didn't say anything
Such
about
a
them right
shame,
now.
isn't it? One can never be too careful in this world.
What kinds of mushrooms do you harvest?
Oh, the joys of foraging for mushrooms. It's a delightful pastime that brings me great joy. You see, I have a keen eye for spotting those elusive fungi.
You mean the
I've
poisonous
come across
ones?
a wide array of species in my expeditions, from the majestic
What if the
porcelain
two
to
killed each
delicate
other?
chanterelles, and even the mischievous fly agaric. But I must say, there's something thrilling about discovering those rare and elusive varieties that make your heart skip a beat. It's a secret little treasure hunt, wouldn't you say?
Whose dad died? I don't remember any of the characters saying they lost their father. Do you mean her husband? Fly agaric. Brandon, is that a poisonous mushroom? Did you check that for me? Oh, shoot, I didn't realize you meant in real life, Blue Star. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I imagine that would kind of put someone in a bit of a daze, to be honest. You went out to keep busy as well? I guess... Yeah, I guess there is some kind of validity to that story from Mrs. Potter, because you can kind of go into a bit of a daze or stupor when something tragic like that happens, and yeah, you might just go out and do something for no good reason other than just getting away from it and trying to distract yourself. You're stuck? Or are you stuck on? I could have sworn the fly agaric was a poisonous mushroom. Let me know if you find anything on that, Brandon. Was Mr. Potter ever abusive? I might have asked her this before, but I don't remember. Also, I don't remember if she understood me properly.
My dear, you seem to be digging into the depths of my personal
I kind of
life,
have to.
don't you? Well, I suppose I can't blame you for your curiosity.
She sounded excited about
But let me
rebelling
tell you
against
this,
grief. I'm saying I didn't
behind
like
closed
going out in the...
doors,
Oh,
every
oh, oh.
relationship
Gotcha.
has its secrets. As for Mr. Potter, he had his flaws, as we all do. But abusive. No, that's a bit too dramatic. Let's just say our marriage had its challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's move on to more pleasant topics, shall we?
Why have you been seeing Gravison so much?
How Gravison, you ask? Why, he's simply a fascinating character, my dear. Quite eccentric, I must admit. I find myself drawn to his peculiarities.
It's eaten in parts
and the air
of Europe,
mystery
Asia,
that
and North
surrounds him.
America.
His manner is like a treasure trove of strange antiquities and captivating anecdotes. There's never a dull moment when in his presence. But don't worry, my intentions are purely innocent. I'm merely indulging my curious nature and seeking out unique experiences.
Mm-hmm.
After all, a woman of my stature deserves a touch of adventure. Wouldn't you agree?
So although the fly agaric is poisonous, death due to poisoning from A. muscaria ingestion is quite rare. Boiling it twice with water draining weakens its toxicity and breaks down the mushroom's psychoactive substances. What do we least suspect? Who do we least suspect? Interrogate more. Who do we least suspect? That would either be the people at the, maybe Michelle at the country club, or Ingrid at Coral, or whatever her name is at Cabernet Violet. I guess I haven't talked to her in a while. And I think she's the only one here, right? Yeah. Marina. She hasn't said a whole lot. Do you know Count Gravison? Whoops.
Count Gravison. Oh, you've heard of him. Is he someone important outside of Vaudeville?
No, he's in
I
Vaudeville.
must admit, I don't know much about people beyond the boundaries of our little town. But if you'd like to talk about something else, I'm all ears. Tell me, have you ever seen my burlesque performance? People come from every corner of Europe to see it.
Yeah, that's nice. Do you know Mrs. Potter?
Miss S. Potter. I'm afraid I don't recall anyone by that name. But tell me, Detective Martini, have you been to one of my performances?
No.
I can assure you it's quite a spectacle. The costumes, the music, the excitement in the air. It's truly an experience like no other.
Yep, that's nice. Have you heard any rumors about Gravison and Mrs. Potter?
Oh, rumors about Count Gravison and Miss S. Potter. How scandalous. But I'm sorry to disappoint you, I haven't heard anything about them. You know, I try to focus on my own world of dance and entertainment. But if you're interested, I could share some stories about the fascinating characters I've encountered in Vaudeville. Would you like to hear a tale or two?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Well, I'm thrilled that you're interested. Let me think. Yeah, here's a story for you. Have you ever met Monsieur Saxabar? He's quite the enigmatic character. Rumor has it that he's secretly training a manticore.
I'm aware.
Can you imagine? A real-life creature from mythology right here in Vaudeville. It's all very mysterious and intriguing. But enough about that. I'm curious to know if there's a particular character or event in town that piques your interest. Do tell.
The recent murders.
Oh, yes, the recent murders. It's such a dreadful thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But I must admit, I don't have much information about them. You see, I've been so focused on my performances and my own little world that I haven't delved into the details of those unfortunate incidents. It's a tragic reminder that even in our beloved vaudeville, darkness can lurk.
Yeah.
But let's not dwell on such morbid topics. Detective Martini, is there something else you'd like to discuss?
Well, she's not very
Perhaps a
helpful,
lighter
is she?
subject?
Let me get back to you. Let me go back to the police station. I want to see if he's got any updates. Any updates on the case?
Well, what do you want? Spit it out. Do
Jeez.
you have any updates on
No,
the
I'm
case?
asking you.
I'm tired of all this waiting and no progress.
You should be doing your job, Chief. It's not just me. We're in this together. Any updates on the... Sorry, I'm trying to think how to word it. Damn it. Have you interrogated Count Gravison?
Count Gravison. Why would I interrogate him?
Oh, you're
He's a
useless.
respected member of the community, a nobleman. There's no reason to suspect him. Is there something you know that I don't?
Have you interrogated
Mrs.
Mrs. Potter?
No, I haven't questioned her yet.
Why?
What makes you think she might be involved in the case? Give me a good reason, detective. I don't want to waste my time on baseless suspicions.
Haley was killed by stiletto. Mrs. Potter wears size 6 stilettos.
Interesting observation, detective. Size 6 stilettos, you say? That's quite specific.
Yeah,
But let's not jump to conclusions just yet.
I hate this
We
guy.
need more evidence before we start pointing fingers. Have you
Uh,
found anything else that connects Mrs. Potter to the crime?
she is having an affair with Gravison.
An affair, you say, between Mrs. Potter and Count Gravison. Now that's a juicy piece of information. But how did you come
Is the
across
beast
this
loose or
knowledge,
chained in the
Detective
woods
Martini?
still?
Do you have any concrete proof to support this claim?
Gravison said it was in a
You
cellar.
can't go accusing people based on rumors and speculation.
Did anyone have a writing will of inheritance or life insurance? That's a good question. Did any of the victims have a will?
I don't have that information at the moment, detective.
Well, then you're useless, aren't
We're
you?
still waiting for the full report from the coroner.
You said the coroner
All I
had the
know is
full
that the victims were
report.
brutally attacked. If you want more details about the cause,
Yeah, you're useless. Did any of the victims have a will?
Well, detective, it's a tragic situation indeed. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman,
I know.
and Haley Greenwood were
Let's
the
get
three
past the
unfortunate
repeat
souls who met their
information.
untimely demise here in Vaudeville. Maria suffered from extensive bite marks and a fractured forearm bone,
Killing me, woman.
indicating a brutal attack. Nicola, on the other hand, was stabbed in the back of the neck with a butcher's knife. In poor Haley, she was repeatedly struck in the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe based on the fragments found on her body.
Since the coroner has to investigate the deaths, I'm assuming that they also have to know, like, anything about next of kin. Because they would have to get in touch with next of kin and report on their findings. So I thought maybe they would know about the wills. Trying to think who might know about the wills. I go to my notes. Michelle knew Haley. Okay, let me ask Michelle. Did Haley Greenwood have a will?
Oh, Haley Greenwood, such a tragic loss. I'm afraid I don't know much about her personal affairs or whether she had a will, but I do know that she was a talented artist and a dear friend. It's heartbreaking to think that someone would want to harm her. Do you suspect foul play in her death as well?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. I had no idea. How dreadful. It's hard to fathom why anyone would want to hurt poor Haley. She was always so kind and full of life. I can't help but wonder who could be behind these terrible acts. Have the authorities found any leads?
Apparently not. Do you know if Mrs. Potter and Gravison are having an affair?
You know, Detective Martini, I couldn't possibly say for certain if Mrs. Potter and Count Grevison are having an affair. But I must admit, there have been some whispers among the social circles. They have been
Mrs.
seen
Potter would
spending
know
quite
if
a bit of
hubby
time
had a
together
will.
lately. It has raised a few eyebrows. It's all very intriguing, isn't it? Speaking of Mrs. Potter, I must share
I
something
guess it's a
peculiar
forensic
that I
thing.
noticed a couple of months ago at the country club. While we were changing in the dressing room, I couldn't help but notice some bruises on Mrs. Potter's back.
Do you know how she got them?
Well, when I asked Mrs. Potter about the bruises, she claimed that they were the result of a bad fall from a horse. But I have to admit, it did seem a little suspicious to me. I mean, how often does one fall from a horse and end up with such noticeable bruising?
Depends on
It just seems
the fall.
odd, you know? But of course, I could be reading too much into it. People do get injured in accidents all the time.
Bruises. Oh my goodness, I can't type. Bruises on Mrs. Potter's back. Hold on a second. Who's their next of kin? I will go back to the coroner and ask. Who is next of kin for Haley? I think I have to do it one at a time.
Haley Greenwood, the 19-year-old dancer, unfortunately, did not have any immediate family members listed as her next of kin. It appears that she was quite independent. It's always disheartening when someone passes away without loved ones to mourn their loss. Maria Jansen, the young woman found brutally attacked, was a 23-year-old blonde with a Scandinavian look. Transcript of conversation.
I think my AI went a little buggy there. Did she have a next of kin?
Well, detective, it's a rather unfortunate situation. Maria Jansen, the victim of that brutal attack, didn't have any known next of kin. It's quite distressing to think that she may have been alone in the world. The injuries she sustained were quite severe, resembling those caused by an animal attack.
Yeah, I know.
Bite marks and fractured forearm bone indicate a level of aggression and force that is deeply
I know.
unsettling. It's moments like these that remind us of the fragility of life and the importance of human connection.
Let me ask my next question. Who is Nicola Grossman's next of kin?
Nicola Grossman, the 57-year-old man found deceased, was actually a well-known figure in the finance world. It's always intriguing to see how different
Who's his
people
next
lead
of
their
kin?
lives, isn't it? The stab wound to the back of his neck was undoubtedly the cause of his demise.
I also aware.
The precision and depth of the wound suggested deliberate
Yeah.
and targeted act. As for his next of kin, I'm afraid I don't have that information at
Damn
the
you!
moment. It's a shame when someone's final journey is shrouded in mystery, leaving behind unanswered questions and unresolved connections.
Yeah. Okay, so no good there. Let me go back and ask Mrs. Potter about her husband's will. Did Mr. Potter leave a will?
Oh dear, you know, my late husband Victor was quite the secretive man. He never shared the details of his will with me.
Yeah, but you would know
But I
now.
must say, I do hope he left me something grand and extravagant. After all, a woman of my stature deserves nothing less. Don't you agree?
You haven't seen the will yet?
Oh dear, the will. Well, I must say it's quite a mysterious document.
Shouldn't
Seems
be.
to have disappeared into thin air.
What?
Quite curious, isn't it? But I'm sure it will turn up
Her
eventually.
husband's will
After
is
all,
missing?
These things have a way of sorting themselves out, don't they? Oh, my dear, you have no idea how terribly unfortunate it is. I mean, to have lost such a precious document like Victor's will. It's simply tragic. But fret not, I'm sure will turn up eventually. Life has a way of
That's really
surprising us,
suspicious.
doesn't it?
That's super suspicious. This game would frustrate me so much. Yeah, it's definitely frustrating. Like, really frustrating. That's really suspicious that the will, like, just went missing. When did you notice it missing?
Well, I must admit, My memory is a bit hazy on the exact moment I noticed it was missing. You see, I've been quite preoccupied with other matters lately.
Like
But
killing
rest
people.
assured, I will get to the bottom of this mystery and find that elusive will. It's just a matter of time, isn't it?
Suspicious. Yeah, that's a good idea. Although he's freaking useless, but I will ask him. Do you know about Mr. Potter's missing will?
Mr. Potter's missing will. No, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that.
Seriously, this guy.
What does it have to do with our murder investigation?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that Mr. Potter friggin' ends up dead and then his will goes missing? Ya chump. Mr. Potter was found dead. Whoops. Dead the same day as Haley.
Haley's body was found in an alley behind the club she worked at. Why do you mention this now? Are you suggesting there's a connection between Haley's death and the disappearance of Mr. Potter's will?
Guy's killing me. Maybe everything is a tool. This guy is so useless. He should not have this job. Yes!
Well, that's quite an interesting theory, Detective.
You don't
Martini.
have any
I
theories?
fail to see how the two could be connected. Can you explain your reasoning?
Mr. Potter and Haley Greenwood went to India together on a business trip, you frickin' moron.
India, you say? That's an unexpected twist. I must admit, I haven't heard about any such trip to India involving
I told you
Mr.
about
Potter
it.
and Haley Greenwood,
Ah!
but it's intriguing nonetheless. Do you have any more information about their trip or why they would have gone together?
All the murder victims went to India with the Potters on business trip.
Hold on a minute, Detective Martini. Are you suggesting that all the murder victims, including Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman,
I'm gonna kill this guy. There's gonna be
and now
another
Haley
murder in
Greenwood
Vaudeville.
went to India with the Potters on a business trip? This is quite a revelation. How did you come across this information?
Oh, I don't know. I
More
talk to
importantly, Do
people.
you have any evidence to support this claim?
Multiple people have said they all went to India together.
Yeah, I see. So, you've spoken to multiple people who have mentioned that the murder victims and the late Mr. Potter all traveled to India
Mr.
together.
and Mrs. Potter.
That's certainly an interesting coincidence.
Why would everyone be
But
lying?
forgive me for being skeptical, as I haven't come across this information.
You haven't come
during
across
my
anything.
investigation. Can you provide me with the names of these individuals who mentioned the connection?
Hold
It would be
on.
helpful to verify their statements and potentially pursue this lead further.
You're not gonna do anything. I think Michelle mentioned it. Gravison mentioned it. I think it was Michelle and Gravison. Michelle and Count Gravison confirmed the trip to India. Didn't work. Hold on. Michelle and Count Gravison confirmed the trip to India. You lunk.
Michelle and Count Gravison.
Maybe just tell him to trust you to do your job.
Names before. Are they reliable?
Hey, Gaming with
sources?
Debbie, how's it
Can we
going?
trust their claims
Thanks
about
for
the trip to
joining this
India?
very frustrating
I'm sorry
investigation.
for my skepticism, but I need to ensure we have solid
You're a
evidence
loose
before we can
cannon.
make
Give me
any
your badge.
conclusions. Is there any way we can corroborate their testimonies or gather more concrete evidence about this alleged trip?
Maybe if you do your job.
Now, Detective Martini, no need to get defensive.
There's
I
plenty
assure
of
you,
reason to
I
get
am doing my
defensive.
job to the best of my abilities.
No, you're not.
I simply want to make sure we have all the facts straight before jumping to conclusions. If you can provide me with more information or lead me to credible sources that can confirm this supposed
Why is
business trip
Michelle
to
not
India,
credible?
I will certainly look into it. Remember, we must approach this investigation with thoroughness and caution. I apologize if I gave the impression that Michelle
You
is not
did.
credible.
You just said.
It's just that I haven't come across her name or her testimony in my own investigation. I'm curious to know more about Michelle and her connection to the case. Can you
She
tell me a
was
bit more
friends
about her
with
and how she is
Haley
related to the alleged trip to India?
Greenwood.
Oh, so Michelle was a friend of Haley Greenwood, the 19-year-old dancer who was tragically murdered.
Yes.
That's unfortunate. Did they happen to mention anything about the supposed business trip to India during their conversations? It would be helpful to understand the nature of their friendship and if they discussed any travel plans together.
Let me get back to you. Did Haley talk about her trip to India with you?
Oh, India. Yes, Haley actually mentioned something about a trip to India. She told me that she, along with Mr. and
Whoa,
Mrs.
you're
Potter,
talking
Tom
really
Brereton,
fast.
Maria Jensen, and Nicola Grossman were planning to evaluate the possibility of starting a business together there. It seemed like quite an exciting venture. But, you know, Monsieur Saksabar and Marina H. were supposed to be involved as well, but they were left out at the last minute. I'm not sure why.
That was a lot. Hold on. I didn't even get to count my words. You went so fast. Okay, so her and Haley did discuss the trip to India. And Marina and Saxabar were supposed to go too and were left out. Okay, hold on. Michelle confirmed Haley told her about the trip to India. Is that good enough for you, you jackwagon?
You say. What does that have to do with the case? We're in Vaudeville, not some exotic land. Stick to the facts, detective. We need to focus on finding
I'm gonna
the
kill him.
killer,
I'm
not
gonna kill him.
daydreaming about
Put
dark
another
places.
body in the frickin' alley. I'm going to kill this mother. Ah! What do you mean that has nothing? That has everything to do with the case. Literally everything. All three victims went to India together. What are you not getting here, you idiot? Whew. Sorry, what were you guys saying? The trip would be super easy to confirm, flight tickets, etc. Left out of the trip motive. Yeah. Oh my god. The trip to India has everything to do with this investigation. Let me try again. Trip to India has everything in caps lock to do with the investigation.
Oh, really? So you're saying that some of our own business people from Vaudeville recently made a trip to India? That's quite interesting. Do we have any information on who these individuals are and why they went there?
The
Might be
Potters
worth
and
looking
the
into if it's
murder
connected to our
victims.
current investigation.
I think Gravison went too. Went to India together. This is confirmed.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that not only did these businessmen from Vaudeville go to India, but they also traveled with the murder victims and this Grayson character.
Yes.
This is starting to sound like more than just a coincidence.
Ah!
We need to dig deeper into this connection and find out what
No
exactly
kidding!
happened during their time in India. It could be a crucial piece of the puzzle in solving these murders.
Just somebody get rid of this character, please. Somebody get rid of this chief and replace him with someone who is competent. You do not do your job, chief. You do not do it. I think he's mentally slow. He's something. I can help you. Oh my god. let me try to find out why Marina and Saxabar were left out. Because this guy's a fucking moron. Why were you left out of the trip to India?
Yo, my dear detective, India is far too tame for someone like me. I thrive in the chaos and excitement of Vaudeville.
You were supposed to go to India on a business trip.
Business trip to India? How dull. Why would I waste my time on such mundane affairs when I have the grandeur of the circus to attend to right here in Vaudeville?
Why were you left behind?
Because they knew the show couldn't go on without me, of course.
Why was Marina left behind?
She simply wasn't fit for the journey.
How so?
None of your concern, detective.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Oh my god, don't do this to me again, Saxabar. Are you lying?
Absolutely not.
Alright, hold on. Let me go talk to Marina. Give me just a second, guys. Here we go. Why were you left behind during the trip to India?
Oh, Detective Martini? How sweet of you to ask. But you see, I wasn't left behind in the trip to India because I've never been there. I've never left Vaudeville, actually.
No.
I've always been here, performing at the Vaudeville and touring with the Circus Saxabar. Is there something interesting about India that you'd like to share with me?
You were supposed to go to India with the Potters.
The Potters. I'm afraid I don't know them, Detective. I've been so focused on my performances and the bustling world of vaudeville that I haven't had the chance to meet many people from outside. Tell me, who are the Potters?
Why are you lying?
Lying? Oh dear, I assure you I have no reason to lie. I have always been here in vaudeville, entertaining the wonderful patrons of the Vaudeville.
No, you gotta be lying at this point.
So, what makes you think I was supposed to go to India with the Potters?
I was told
It
so
must be quite a fascinating
by
story.
Michelle.
Michelle? Who is Michelle? And why would she say that? This is also intriguing. Tell me more about what Michelle said and why she thought I was going to go to India with the Potters. It's like a little mystery unfolding before us.
You knew the murder victims.
Detective Martini, I'm afraid I have no knowledge of the causes of the victims'
I didn't
deaths.
say you did. I said you knew
As a
the murder
burlesque
victims.
dancer, my focus is on my performances and bringing joy to the audience. It's truly tragic to hear about these incidents, but I can't provide any insights into the circumstances surrounding them. Perhaps there's something else I can assist with. Detective Martini, I'm sorry if there has been a misunderstanding. While it's true that I knew the victims, Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood, I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge about the causes of their deaths. It's truly devastating to lose such talented individuals from our community.
Oh, hello again,
Is there
Jolly.
anything specific you'd like to know about their cases?
The detecting is going very frustratingly. Why didn't you go to India?
Oh, India again. I'm sorry, but I really have no idea about a trip to India or being left behind. I've never mentioned or planned to go there. Vaudeville is my world, and I haven't ventured beyond its borders. But tell me, what is it about India that has caught your attention?
Saxabar also said you were meant to go to India.
Monsieur Saxabar said that. How interesting. I must admit I'm quite surprised. I had no knowledge of any plans to go to India. I wonder why he would say such a thing. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding or a miscommunication. Regardless, I'm curious to know more about this supposed trip to India. Do you have any details or reasons as to why Monsieur Saxabar would have thought that I was meant to go?
I don't know, I guess I can ask him. Hard, Jolly, but like a roller coaster of emotions. Very frustratingly. Yep. What's that, Debbie? Do you want to kill her as well? Does who want to kill her? Count Gravison? Mrs. Potter? Let me go back to the country club and follow up with Michelle. Marina is saying she knows nothing about the trip to India.
Oh, really? That's strange. Well, Detective Martini, did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Count Gravison, Maria Jensen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood actually went to India together?
Yeah, I do
They were
know that.
evaluating the possibility of starting a business there. It was supposed to be a big
You are
project
talking so
involving
fast.
Monsieur Saxabar and Marina H as well, but they were left out at the last minute. Unfortunately, tensions arose during the expedition, and the project ended up failing.
Do you know why tensions rose?
Oh, I'm not exactly sure why the tensions rose. I wasn't personally involved in the trip, but I did hear some rumors. It seems that things didn't go as smoothly as they had hoped. Perhaps there were disagreements or conflicts of interest. It's all quite mysterious, isn't it?
Do you know why Marina or Saxabar were left behind?
I'm not entirely sure why Marina and Saxabar were left behind. It was all very last minute, and I don't have all the details. Maybe they had a falling out with the others, or perhaps there was simply no room for them in the plans. It's hard to say for certain without more information, but it does make you wonder, doesn't it?
Do you know why Marina would lie about it?
Marina lied about the trip to India. That's quite unexpected. I'm not sure why she would do that. Perhaps there's something she's trying to hide or protect. People have their reasons for keeping secrets, after all. It's definitely worth looking into further.
That's a twist. Maybe Kitten is the murderer. Gee, thanks. There's a missing will, and waiting on coroner office to get ballistic report on bullet size. On bullet size 6 to 8 heel, and here we are on a trip to India. Yeah, that about sums it up, really. Are Marina and Saxabar involved?
Involved in what? Detective Martini. I mean, I can't say for certain, but it's possible. They were initially supposed to be part of the business venture in India, but then they were left out. Maybe there's more to it than meets the eye. It's all starting to sound rather suspicious, isn't it?
Are Marina and Saxabar in a relationship?
Wait, Marina and Saxabar in a relationship? That's news to me.
Oh,
I
okay.
had no idea they were romantic.
I don't know. I was asking you.
It's quite surprising, actually. I guess there's always more to people than what we see on the surface.
I don't know.
But why do you ask, Detective? Is there something about their relationship that could be relevant to the case?
No idea. Maybe. Why was Gravison involved in the India trip?
Count Gravison was also part of the India trip. Well, that's certainly intriguing.
You told me
I
that.
didn't realize he had an interest in business ventures outside
You
of
told me
Vaudeville.
that.
I wonder what his role was in the whole endeavor. It seems like there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye.
You're getting
you think,
confused,
Detective
AI. Sorry, Kitten, I didn't mean to send that to you. It meant someone else, and don't worry, I was joking around. Oh, okay. Colonel Mustard, lead pipe, billiard room. Hope that helps. Jolly's got it figured out. Yep. You solved the murder mystery, Jolly. Well done. Did you hear about Mr. Potter's missing will?
Missing will? No, I haven't heard anything about Mr. Potter's missing will. But speaking of the Potters, I do recall a peculiar incident a couple of months ago at the country club. While in the changing room,
Yeah,
I
I
noticed
just
some
saw the
bruises on
bruises.
Mrs. Potter's back. When I asked her about them, she claimed they were from a fall off a horse. But here's the thing, Detective, I've known Mrs. Potter for quite some time.
Did you see
and
my
she's never
comment
been one to
earlier,
write
Roger?
verses. It
If
struck me as rather odd.
was Mr. Potter with the parrot in the circus, yeah. Let me ask Mrs. Potter about those bruises. See if I can catch her unaware. Where did you get the bruises on your back from?
Oh, these little bruises. Well, you see, I was exploring the attic and I may have stumbled upon a hidden treasure chest. A bit clumsy of me, I must admit. But I assure you, it was all worth it for the excitement of the discovery. Who knows what other secrets lie within these old walls?
You told me.
All part of the charm, don't you think?
Shut up. You told Michelle you fell off a horse.
Ah, Michelle, dear Michelle. She always has such a vivid imagination, doesn't she? Bless her heart. But no, I'm afraid I didn't fall off a horse. That would be far too mundane for someone like me. My adventures are much more unconventional. But let's keep that between us, shall we? A lady needs her air of mystery after all.
Did someone beat you?
Aren't you the curious one? But I'm sorry to disappoint you, darling. No one has laid a finger on me, I assure you. I'm simply a delicate flower, untouched by the harshness of the world.
No, you're definitely
Now,
not untouched.
Let's move on to more pleasant topics, shan't we? There's so much more to discuss than my little bruises.
Michelle said the bruises were significant.
Oh, dear Michelle. Bless her heart, she does have quite the imagination.
You keep saying
doesn't
that.
she? Significant, you say? Well, I suppose one could interpret these small marks as significant in their own way. Perhaps they
Haley Greenwood
represent
is
the
an
hidden depths of
anagram
my
for
adventurous spirit,
eagerly
the
hoe
secret
down?
escapades that lie beyond the confines of a conventional life.
What was in the
But
chest?
let's not
Okay.
dwell on such trivial matters. Life is far too short.
Yeah,
for
I
that.
detest her
Don't you
too,
agree?
Jolly.
Let's focus on the joys and mysteries that lie ahead.
What was in that treasure chest? What
Well,
was
my
in...
curious friend, I'm afraid I won't be able to satisfy your curiosity this time. You see, the contents of that treasure chest are closely guarded.
Yeah, I think she's lying too.
Only I know what
What
lies
year is this,
within,
and can we
it
get this
shall
girl a
remain that
Red
way.
Bull? I don't think they had
Thrill of
Red
the
Bull
unknown,
yet.
The anticipation of what could be. That's what keeps the fire alive in my soul. So, let's keep it as a delightful mystery, shall we?
I
It's
need
much more
you
fun
to
that
tell
way,
me
don't you think?
what was in there.
Oh, my dear, you seem quite insistent, don't you?
Yes, I
But
am.
alas, my lips are sealed. The secrets of that treasure chest are mine to hold, and mine alone. It's a tantalizing enigma, a puzzle that only I can solve. The world is full of mysteries, my friend, and this is just one of them. But fear not, for there are plenty more adventures and discoveries awaiting us. Let's focus on those,
Would you talk about it at the police station?
Talk about it at the police station. Goodness gracious, why on earth would I want to do that? The police station is such a dreary place, filled with serious faces and dull conversations. No, my friend, I much prefer the excitement of the unknown, the thrill of a secret kept. It's what keeps life interesting, don't you think? So let's leave the police station out of our little chat and delve into more captivating topics. Shall we?
Sorry about all that barking. There was a noise downstairs that alerted the dogs. Who else knows about the chest? How about why did you kill your husband? Your dog can hear a female dog and set them off. Hi again, treasure. Who else knows about the treasure? Whoops. The chest.
Ah, the treasure chest. Such a delightful mystery, isn't it?
I don't
For
know.
those in the know, well, let's just say it's a closely guarded secret.
So that's a secret
Only a
too?
select few are privy to its existence. But fear not, my friend, for I am the sole keeper of its secrets. It's a burden I bear with great pride and a mischievous twinkle in my eye.
You're just making yourself
After
more
all,
suspicious.
What fun is a treasure if everyone knows about it? Let's keep it between us,
Is Gravison one of them?
Count Gravison. Why, yes, he is quite the character, isn't he?
Force her
Eccentric to
to
the
the police
core.
station? Yeah,
I
I
do
don't
enjoy
actually
spending
know
time
if
at
that's
his manor.
possible in this game.
He
I've tried to
always
make
has the
people
most
move from their
fascinating
location
anecdotes to
somewhere else
share
before, and
and
it
the
did not
strangest
work.
antiquities on display. It's a world of wonders, my dear, a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. But enough about Count Gravison. Let's focus on our own little adventure, shall we? There's so much more to explore right here in Vaudeville.
I need you to come with me to the police station. I'm just gonna try it.
My, the police station. How terribly dreary. I'm afraid I simply can't accompany you there, my friend. You know, I have a reputation to uphold, and being seen at such a place would simply not do. Besides, there are far more captivating adventures awaiting me in the comfort of my beloved Vaudeville. So, let's leave the police station for the less adventurous souls and embark on a journey of intrigue and excitement.
You're so useless. You're all so useless. AI is useless. That's not entirely true, but this particular AI is useless. I feel like everybody's freaking lying, and the police chief is a freaking jackwagon that just isn't helping at all. He doesn't want to bring anyone in for questioning, which is like totally the normal thing to do. Hey there, Pascal. I can try asking her that. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with it, though. Why did you kill your husband?
Well, Detective Martini, you seem to have quite the imagination. But I must say, your accusation couldn't be further from the truth. I am a refined lady, a connoisseur of the finer things in life. The thought of harming a hair on Victor's head or anyone else's is utterly preposterous. Now, if you're looking for answers, perhaps you should focus on the true culprits behind the recent murders in our dear town. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman,
Yeah.
and Haley
I know who
Greenwood
the
were
victims are
unfortunate
very well.
victims.
I'm gonna ask why she poisoned him.
Oh, my. You certainly have an active imagination, don't you? But I'm afraid your theory is as unfounded as it is outrageous.
I don't think it's that
Victor's
unfounded.
passing was a tragic event, the result of the flu that
It's
swept
not a
through
result of
during
the
our
flu.
trip to India. Such a shame, really. He was a good man, but his time had come. So, let us not dwell on baseless accusations, but instead embrace the mysteries that lie ahead. There's much more to discover, my friend.
Who do you think
if
killed
you
your
dare to
husband?
venture into the unknown.
Alright, the coroner said Victor was shot. You are lying.
The coroner's report, you say. How fascinating. It seems the truth has a way of revealing itself, doesn't it?
Not so
I
much.
must admit, there's a certain thrill to keeping secrets and watching others squirm in uncertainty. It adds a touch of excitement to life, wouldn't you agree?
Who do you
Now,
think
enough
killed
about poor dear
Victor?
Victor.
No, we're not
Let's
done,
focus
lady.
on something more delightful,
No.
shall we?
No, I am not done with Victor. That didn't work.
Who do I think killed my late husband, you ask? My, what a perplexing question.
Kitten headbutt her, please. Is that a thing? I wish it was.
But let me tell you, Detective Martini, the answer lies in the shadows, waiting to be discovered by those with a keen eye and an adventurous spirit. The world is full of surprises, my friend, and sometimes the most unsuspecting souls hold the darkest secrets. Wouldn't you agree?
I really do want to headbutt you. I want to take off that ridiculous hat and headbutt you. Let me visit Dada for a moment. Did you see any creatures other than the manticore on April 23rd? There we go. Did you
Detective
see?
Martini, the mysteries of the Blackwoods are vast and ever-changing. On that fateful April 23rd, as the sun peered through the ancient trees, I witnessed a spectacle that stirred the very essence of my being. Count Gravesen, a man of dark secrets, traversed the enigmatic depths of the forest in a carriage drawn by a magnificent manticore. Oh,
Yeah,
the
he
scene was
already
both
told me
majestic
that.
and fearsome, as if a page from a fantastical tale had come to life before my very eyes.
Was Maria with him?
Oh, dear detective, the intricacies of Maria's whereabouts elude me like a whisper in the wind. My knowledge is confined to the sacred grounds of the Blackwoods, where the murmurs of nature reveal their tales. The deeds of Maria, and her connection to the elusive counter but distant echoes in these hallowed woods. If you seek answers, perhaps the river or the wise old oak can provide you with the guidance you desire.
Don't
For they have seen much
give
and
me
hold
that
the wisdom
BS.
of ages within their timeless embrace.
Maria was found dead here.
Oh, my apologies, Detective Martini. It seems I've been lost in the ethereal realms of the forest, unaware of the sorrows that have befallen Vaudeville. Alas, the news of such a tragedy fills me with a heavy heart. But fear not, for the spirits of the forest may yet offer their cryptic insights to aid your investigation. The grass whispers secrets to those who listen, and the mushroom knows more than it lets on. Seek their counsel, and may they guide you on your path.
Ask the forest if they know about Maria's death.
Detective Martini, my dear friend, the Blackwoods are alive with wisdom and ancient knowledge.
So ask
They
him.
speak in ways that only the attentive ear can hear. Allow me a moment to commune with the creatures of this sacred realm, and I shall return with their enigmatic response.
All right.
The river murmurs tales of sorrow, whispering of a life extinguished too soon. The cow, with its solemn eyes, nods in solemn acknowledgement.
What's a cow doing in the woods? Why is there a cow in the woods?
Ah, the presence of the cow in the woods, a peculiar sight indeed.
A little bit,
But
yeah.
fret not, my inquisitive friend, for the mysteries of the forest often defy our expectations. You see, this particular bovine wanderer, with its gentle demeanor and wise gaze, has found solace amidst the verdant embrace of the Blackwoods. It roams freely, grazing upon the lush grasses and drinking from the crystal-clear streams. Perhaps it sought refuge from the bustling world outside, or perchance it simply heard the whispers of the forest and was drawn by their enchanting melody.
Do you know what was in the carriage the manticore was do you know what was in the carriage Gravison was driving?
Oh, the secrets contained within the carriage of Count Gravison, a puzzle wrapped in enigma. Alas, my dear Detective Martini, the depths of my knowledge do not extend to the contents of that mysterious vehicle. For you see, as the protector of the Blackwoods, my focus lies on the protection and well-being of this sacred realm. The intricacies of Count Gravison's carriage and its hidden cargo remain a mystery to me, like a riddle waiting to be unraveled by a cunning mind.
Alright, gonna try another one. Ask the forest if they know Gravison killed... ask the forest if they know if Gravison killed Maria. Oh, hold on a second. I think we're gonna get a visitor for a moment. I can't... She's not in the camera yet. Queen, look towards the camera. No, she's not in view. She's right near my chair, but I just barely see the corner of her face. Put your face into the camera view. Not working. Ah! Okay. You could... Sorry, there she is. There's her face. Say hello, Queen. Say hi, chat. That's my youngest dog, Queen. She's like almost a year and a half now. So still a baby. One of these days I'll have to get Ace over here too, but he's a little bit harder to pick up. He's a chonky boy. Ask the forest if they know if Gravison killed Maria. Ah, darn it, it didn't work. Let me try again. Ask the forest if they know if Gravison killed Maria.
Dear Forest, ancient wise, I beseech you to share your wisdom with me once more.
At least she's
In the name
cooperating.
of justice and truth, I implore you to reveal
Last
any
time I
insights
saw
you may
that dog
possess
was
about the
on my
connection between
birthday,
the
I think.
lamented
Yeah.
Maria and the elusive
Oh no, I
Count.
think you saw Callie on your birthday.
Gravison, did his hand play a part in her untimely demise?
She's a great
Please
singer too.
grant me your cryptic whispers, that I may shed light upon this darkened path.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Did they answer?
My apologies, my friend, for my previous statement may have given the impression that the Blackwoods responded directly to my query. Alas, the creatures of the forest communicate in their own mysterious ways, and their messages are often shrouded in riddles and symbolism. While they did not provide a direct answer to your question, their silence can sometimes speak volumes. It is possible that they hold secrets yet to be unveiled, waiting for the right moment to unveil their truths. Patience, my friend, for the answers we seek may still be hidden within the depths of the Blackwoods.
What does their silence mean?
Detective Martini, the silence of the forest can be as perplexing as the flutter of a butterfly's wings or the rustle of leaves in the wind. It is a dance of mystery, where the absence of words holds its own meaning. Perhaps their silence is a gentle reminder that some questions are not meant to be answered. At least not in the way we expect. It may be an invitation to delve deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown, to explore the hidden corners of our minds and hearts.
Not very helpful for an investigation, if I do say so myself. I appreciate you trying to cooperate, but you're not being all that helpful. Was Mrs. Potter here on April 23rd? Oh, gosh darn it.
Mrs. Potter, a name that echoes through the whispers of time. On that fateful April 23rd, as the sun
Cop-out
cast
answer.
its golden rays upon the Blackwoods. A figure resembling Mrs. Potter did grace the edges of my consciousness. But alas, the clarity of my visions is like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and fleeting. The intricacies of her presence in these sacred woods elude me like a mischievous sprite playing hide and seek.
Can you ask the cow?
Dear bovine companion, with your wise eyes and gentle demeanor, I beseech you to share your insights with me once more. Did the enigmatic Mrs. Potter wander these hallowed grounds on that eventful day of April 23rd? Your bovine wisdom may hold the key to unraveling this mystery, for even a cow knows that truth can sometimes be found in the most unexpected places.
What did the bovine say?
The cow, with its solemn gaze and patient disposition, lowered its head for a moment, as if contemplating the question. And then, my friend, it spoke in a voice that resonated with the ancient echoes of the forest. It said, and I quote, "A knife does not make you a butcher. Now, I know it may sound perplexing. But fear not, for the mysteries of the Blackwoods often reveal themselves in cryptic ways. Perhaps this riddle holds a clue, a hidden message that will guide us closer to the answer we seek."
Does the cow know about Nicola's death? Because that's the one that was killed with a butcher knife.
My esteemed bovine friend, I beseech you once more to share your wisdom with me. Did the somber news of Nicola's demise reach your ears? Your presence in these sacred woods grants you a unique perspective, and I humbly request your
with
insights.
me.
May your words be as gentle as a breeze through the leaves, and may they shed light upon the shadows that haunt our hearts.
What did they say?
Oh, my dearest friend, the cow, with its wise eyes and patient demeanor, lowered its head in solemn acknowledgement. And then, in a voice that carried the weight of ancient secrets, it spoke these enigmatic words, in the realm of whispers and murmurs. Where the river meets the earth, the cow knows of the sorrow that befell young Nicola. The echoes of his departure linger in the air, like a melody that fades too soon, such is the cryptic language of the forest. Oh, my dearest friend, the bovine sage, with its gentle gaze and serene presence, shared its profound insight with me. It revealed that indeed, the news of young Nikolai's untimely passing has reached its keen senses. The somber tidings have traveled through the whispering trees and the flowing currents of the Blackwoods, leaving a trail of melancholy in their wake. The creatures of the sacred land mourn his loss, for even in their silence, they recognize the fragility of life and the weight of tragedy.
Did the cow see Maria get killed? Dagnabbit. Did the cow see Maria get killed?
My apologies, my inquisitive friend, for the cow's wisdom does not extend to witnessing the specific events that transpired on that fateful day. The cow, with its peaceful demeanor and grazing habits, is but an observer of the natural rhythms of the forest. Its knowledge is rooted in the harmony of nature rather than the intricacies of human affairs. While the
But I
cow
knew
may
about
not have
Nicola's
witnessed Maria's
death.
tragic fate, it carries within its being the wisdom of the ages. A reminder that life's mysteries often unfold in ways
Secret cow level? Maybe. An ode to Diablo 2. Oops. I almost brought down my microphone there. I feel like there might be more this cow could say, but I'm not exactly sure how to go about asking it. Can you see the cow? Let me ask if I can talk to it. Can I talk to the cow? Try again. Can I talk to the cow?
Detective Martini, your curiosity knows no bounds. While I cannot grant you the ability to converse directly with the bovine sage, I can certainly act as a conduit for its mystical insights. Allow me to commune with the gentle creature once more and relay its messages to you. Together, we shall unravel the threads of this enigmatic tapestry, guided by the whispers of the Blackwoods and the ancient wisdom of the cow. Let us embark on this journey of
I don't know why the
discovery,
cow
hand
became
in
the
hand,
conduit,
as we
but
seek
or, I
the
mean,
truth that
became
lies
the
hidden amidst
sage,
the
but okay.
shadows.
I don't really care what it is. I just need answers. Did the cow see Gravison with Maria?
Oh, my dear detective, the mysteries of the forest are as elusive as a fleeting dream. The wise old oak and the murmuring river may hold the key to your inquiry, but the visions of the humble cow are limited to the realm
Okay,
of its
fine.
grazing grounds.
Did
While it may
the
have witnessed
oak
the comings
or
and goings of the
river
forest, the
see
specifics of Count
Gravison?
Graveson's encounters with Maria remain veiled in the depths of the unknown. Fear not, for even in uncertainty, there is room for exploration and discovery.
Okay, so did the oak or river see Gravison with Maria?
Detective Martini, you persist in your quest for answers, and I admire
I
your
have to.
tenacity.
I'm the
Let
detective.
me commune once more with the ancient oak and the flowing river, for they have been witness to the secrets of the Blackwoods since time immemorial. Dear majestic oak, whose branches reach towards the heavens,
I
and
saw a
gentle
cow
river,
with a couple
whose
of
currents
short
carry the
left
stories
legs,
of the
once
land,
lean beef, I presume.
I beseech you to share your wisdom with me once more. Have your watchful eyes and flowing
This cow
waters
with long
beheld the
legs, I'd say
enigmatic
go
duo
for
of
that as the
Count
murderer,
Gravison and the lamented
as the
Maria.
stakes are high. Oh my god. Wow, Jolly. Trying to get in those dad jokes, huh? Woof. Those were a couple doozies. And also, you might have broken Brandon. He's losing it on the other side of the room. What did they say? Oh, god damn it. What did they say?
Oh, my dear detective, the whispers of the forest. are
Yes,
as
oh my
elusive as
god.
the
How
wind through the
dare he
leaves.
crack jokes
Old
on my
oak and the
stream.
murmuring river, they speak in riddles and metaphors, their words dancing on the edge of comprehension. The mighty oak rustles its leaves, and the river gurgles with laughter, but their messages remain shrouded in mystery. They speak of
You're not a
shadows and
very
echoes,
good conduit
of
then, are you?
glimpses and hidden truths. Alas, my friend, their cryptic whispers do not reveal the specific encounters of the elusive Count and the departed Maria.
Dang it. Dang it, woman. Be a better conduit. My goodness. Alright. It seems like, although I am getting closer to an answer, I still got a ways to go. It's also almost 5:15, so been going for a decent amount of time here, and I'm gonna need to eat soon. I was brutally fighting murder cultists in my own game and turned to see that joke. The tonal whiplash almost killed me. I guess I could get that. Alright, so just for ha-has, before I wrap it up for tonight, I'm gonna try an accusation again. And it's probably gonna, like, just totally fail.
Detective Martini.
Okay, as far as Haley Greenwood goes, she's the one that was killed with the stiletto, so I think it's Mrs. Potter.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
A thrill for revenge is a ritual for jealousy. I think this one was the jealousy one. And then Maria Jansen, she's the one that got attacked by an animal. So I think Count Gravison's responsible for that one. Well, it might also be Saxabar by accident. Thank you, Tony. Sounds like it's pretty late over there. I don't think I'm gonna get this right anyway, so let's say Gravison. And she had something he wanted. So to steal something. And then Nicola Grossman is the one that got stabbed. That might have also been Count Gravison. And business rivals.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
He thinks it's complete nonsense, of course. Of course he does. Alright, well, I didn't think we were gonna get it by the end of this stream, to be honest. This is quite a tangled web. So, thank you to everyone who has come out today and tried to help with the questions and everything. Really appreciate it. Thank you to those who came to show their support, those who stuck around, those who came back. You're all awesome. I greatly appreciate you. And if people want me to continue streaming this horror show of a game, then I will continue to do so. But just a heads up that next week is Steam Next Fest, so my regular streams will be on hold just temporarily for a little bit. I'm going to be streaming games specifically for Steam Next Fest next week, and then the week after I'm going to go back to my normal Baldur's Gate 3 on Fridays, Vaudeville on Sundays, and I'm going to try to get back into Denizen as well. Alright, thank you all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I will see you soon, hopefully.